Um, that's cool. Thank you. That's awesome. Like I did not know that you followed me. That's so cool. Like I'm not getting the notifications like I should for everything that should be happening. So I went into my settings again and like told it to notify me every time somebody says anything, every time anything happens. But I'm not gonna count on it because it's being unpredictable. And then like if it had a text to speech option, I wouldn't miss messages. But I miss messages a lot, and it really upsets me. So there's that. I'm opening Eska. I'm gonna play the game. After I put nicotine this time. Mm. New window and build menu. Nice! Craft the sub-components without switching. Nice. Decorative crawler veins in some cave. Ah. Yay! Vehicle carrying capacity has increased. Yes, Jesus. Oh, really? Can I get more carpenter? Oh, good. Fuck, that was annoying. I need to get a control. Huh? There was a notification for that? Ooh. Mine's not working if they build it. Oh, sorry. Y'all can't see anything I'm looking at. So let me fix that. Yeah, I can't hear Streamlabs at all. Why is that? I'm supposed to be able to hear it. So I guess I just have to keep looking over every like couple minutes. Hmm. Aha. Mm. That's weird. Ooh. Yeah, okay. But you haven't fixed your NPCs hoarding food and not harassing you when they can't figure shit out? Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. smokers. Okay. Ah, what the fuck is catching? Ah. I need to make another picture. Rope, I need rope. Damn it. Always need rope. I never have enough. Those damn rabbit things. I never say their name right, so I try not to say it. Sound ridiculous trying to say it. And I know it's probably not difficult. I just can't do it. Mm-hmm. Shit. Lots of fucking berries. One. Always like that. I don't want to know what they're doing. It's a good thing I don't really have any resources laying around over there. Don't really have any decent weapons either, so that's... Unless I have a sword. Everybody's like, I need a boat. No, I'm not gonna freaking run around chasing it with arrows. Better mark that. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh, do you hear them? They're following me. It's no good. I got away. Oh wait, it's still following me now. Let's see my cave. Well, good for me. Or not good for me. Just me. Oh, that's nice. At least they howl and warn you, yeah? I don't have a knife, so I would just, even if I did kill him, I couldn't. Couldn't skin him if it could, so it's kind of pointless. Can't get the whole either. Can't skin him. Why do you need a stupid rope for anyway? Chatterbox, you know what chatterbox. Oh shit. This is marked. Yes, it is, yes, it is. Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away. Get away, get away. Why don't you finish building your wall? There's only a little bit of a wall. Because other shit's built first. I still gotta put up guard towers, build the glimmery, build the coal maker, the iron, and the carpenter, and the fabric. I have a lot to do. Oh! Hi. Let me get on, Discord. Because I never see my messages. I'm gonna get on Discord. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I'm on the DC Gaming Discord. If you wanted to chat. But hello, I hope you're doing well. I have not.
Oh,
Hi! I have not been here because I have been having a crazy few weeks.
same here.
It's been freaking stupid. Like everything, like I cannot with how dumb things have been.
Yeah.
Like I don't know where logic went, but some people just have no intelligence.
Yeah.
And
It's amazing they can walk and talk.
uh-huh. And then my
Yeah.
15-year-old's dad came to visit her for her birthday, and he's
Cool. I think.
annoying.
Oh.
He's really. It's good that he comes to visit her, but the entire time
Yeah.
she spends anxious that he's gonna hurt himself or
Oh God.
because he's a disaster.
Uh.
Made a bunch of.
You.
What the hell?
So yeah. I loaded up EQ2 and I'm just dicking around Kailong
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
on my assassin.
I'm just building this fucking village.
Yeah.
Don't have any villagers. I'm building the village to build the village before I get the villagers because those guys are annoying.
Nice.
Yeah. But now I need stone. And I need to make a or two. I can make two. That's on
Ooh. No, let's not get crazy.
a what? So that didn't disappear like it's supposed to. That happens.
Man, I've just been so busy at work and then I get home and I'm like, I am in this state of mind where I'm just so fickle about what I want to do. And most of the time I'm like, like while I'm at work, I'm like, I want to go home and play EQ2. I want to, do something, whatever. Read. I haven't even been reading and like I'm just like, and then I get home and I get free time and I just end up popping a couple edibles and fucking watching random shit on YouTube or something. I'm like, why am I paying for all these subscriptions when I'm sitting here watching fucking free ass YouTube?
Seriously, right? I have been finding that I'm just more likely to listen to my book than I am do anything else.
Yeah, you're kind of same. Just no like, interaction with things and people and yeah.
Sometimes I just need my peace.
Yup.
My 17-year-old should be 18 next month, and she's visiting her boyfriend in Denver. And last night she stepped off a bus and broke her foot.
Oh, fun. I assume it's icy in Denver.
No,
it's always icy. It's not.
No, the driver just didn't kneel the bus and didn't pull up close enough to the curb, so she had to make a really wide step.
Oh,
and
yeah,
her
I've done that.
ankle twisted, and she came down really hard on her knee, so that leg sprained, and then she broke her foot.
Damn.
I'm mad.
Sorry.
Like, how do you not? That's like common sense. Like, that's what you're supposed to do, dude. But
right?
Whatever. She's in pain, but she'll be all right.
Yeah. Is she home or is she still in Denver?
She's still in Denver. Like, I think she's getting on a plane like in a couple days. She'll be home. It means I have to come up with gas to go pick her up from an airport.
Limping onto a plane, I would assume.
Limping on a plane.
Sorry, too soon.
Crutches, and apparently they said they're gonna boot her foot and give her crutches, and she's got to see an orthopedic for casting when she gets home. So it'll be enough days that the swelling should have gone down.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit. That's breaking your foot's no joke. I know a few guys I work with who got, broke their foot on the job or doing their side jobs or something, and like they're still like even after the cast is off, they're still hobbling around.
Yep, your foot'll hurt forever after that. I'm like, that
Yep.
sucks, because she's got like all these other things going on, and I'm like, she's got the autoimmune diseases like I do, and I'm like,
Mhm.
man, your life is just really kicking you in the ass, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bad luck. Bad luck.
Hmm.
Oh my God, all these well stones. I gotta build all these wells.
So it looks like um it looks like nobody's been on since looks like Slick was on 11 days ago, but nobody else has been on in the guild.
That's a fucking shame.
Yeah.
Well, that's because like this is the time of year where everything's crazy. Everybody's trying to do whatever they can to prepare for the holidays.
Yeah.
And me, my life's just chaos. So.
Hmm.
And I
Yeah.
just really don't feel like playing EQ right now, which is sad to say. I just want to play
Yeah.
games that I don't have to worry about like set tasks. I can just do things the way I want.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Uh,
I still haven't played this game.
I love this game.
Is it Aska?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a bit obsessed.
Yeah. Oof.
What do I need to build now? Besides a wall around this place, that's gonna take days and days and days because I spread this sucker out huge.
Mm.
I need to build another barracks for sure. Archery. Need to build housing. Only got enough housing for one villager. Cookhouse. I need a cooking house.
We got Chinese food last night, and I got curry chicken and barbecue pork chow fun. And I'm like, okay, the barbecue pork chow fun is gonna be is good. I'll eat that shit cold, right? So I'll just stick that in the fridge for later.
You do not want cold curry though.
And yeah, no, and it wasn't even good curry to begin with,
Oh,
because
that's
curry from a Chinese food place is not good.
yeah. Well, because it's Indian.
Usually, because well, I mean, there's Indian, Thai, and Japanese curry,
Fair
um,
enough. Fair enough.
but yeah, I mean, I think I want to say it originated in India, and
Yeah.
I like Indian curry the best.
Yes.
I mean, it's fucking yeah, it's just off the chain.
Delicious.
Like fucking Thai curry is too much coconut, and like Japanese curry is just blah. It's like, and I think, and that's pretty much what I got was Japanese curry, but it was like curry water. It wasn't sauce. It was just like fucking in water and shit.
Yep.
And they added like hella zucchini and onions for some reason. I'm like, there's enough water in here. You don't need to add that shit. And there wasn't that much chicken. So I was a little bit disappointed. But this morning, I busted out that barbecue pork chow fun, which is my go-to. And I ate half of that shit and I am full for an hour. I'll get the rest in an hour.
That's my problem with Chinese food is that it's
Yeah,
not
that's
that,
everybody's
it's not that it, no, it's not that I'm hungry in an hour. It's that I will eat so much.
Yeah.
that
Oh,
I'll-
yeah. Dude, if I'm high, I'll fucking, like, I will just keep eating Chinese food and, like, not stop, like, just till I fucking, like,
Yeah, I will.
ugh.
I will not. I'll just keep eating till I feel sick, and that's. But then again, if I don't do that, I don't eat enough anyway,
Mhm.
and I've got to eat like really fast.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got problems, consuming calories, like, take any opportunity you can to eat a lot,
For real, it's crazy
Shit,
how
go
just
for
like
it.
ridiculously difficult your own body can make it for you to do the things that keep your own body going. It's like, why
Yeah.
are you so hard on yourself?
Yeah. I, however, luckily for now, don't have problems eating.
Yay!
Maybe eating too much, or well, actually, I don't think I eat too much. I think I eat the wrong things.
A lot of
But
people do. A lot of people.
yeah,
I eat the wrong things because I'm poor, and poor people eat what's available to maximize calories
yeah,
and still like
yeah.
get a little bit.
It's not even so much being poor. It's also like working a demanding job and like coming home and you're like, I
Not
don't want to cook.
wanting to. Yeah.
I mean, I cooked like almost every night for 12 years when I was on disability, and then now I'm just like, no.
Yeah,
Like
I
you'd think
can't.
I'd have it down to a science. Like there's some things that I can whip up in like a half hour that are actually cooking. Like my pesto chicken Florentine, which is you chop the chicken up, fucking uh, chop the chicken up. Um, a couple of packets. I use the packets of Alfredo sauce,
Yeah.
and I make that up. You cook the chicken, the chicken, the Alfredo sauce in another pot, and the fucking penne or corkscrew, whichever you want, whatever you're using,
Yeah.
in another pot. You cook it all at the same time. Like it pretty much is done about everything's pretty much done about the same time, and you just
That's
throw it together, and that's it.
I'm gonna
So
be making a pork roast like tomorrow, but
yeah.
I need chicken stock. I don't have any chicken broth, and you know I
Mhm.
don't think I have any beef broth either, so I have to buy some. And today's grocery shopping day, but I'm not doing it because one, I was in the car all day yesterday because I had to get home from Michigan, so I went to Michigan, and then I don't want
Yeah.
to. It's raining, and I don't want to.
Hmm.
I don't fucking feel like it.
Yeah. Oh God, that's the other thing too. Like you're talking about rain. Like the weather has just changed, just like almost overnight in like the last week and a half or so. It
Yeah.
went from like we were having 90-degree weather, 90 to 100, and now it's in the 70s. Actually, there was one day where it didn't even hit 70, and my body just like responds to that horribly.
Yeah, we're mostly
Like I
in
think
what
everybody does, but
we're
I
mostly
get
in the
so sick.
60s right now, 50s and 60s, which I'm
Hmm.
loving. But
Uh,
um it's just not fun to drive in the rain. I did get new wipers
yeah.
though, so it'd be a lot easier to drive in there. Did I tell you about the Iron Maiden concert?
You told me you were going, I think,
It was
but you didn't tell
great.
me.
It was so great. I loved it. I had so much
Nice.
fun.
That's
And
cool.
then okay, so
Oh,
like
excuse
I
me.
had
Holy crap.
slept like 3 hours and got up at like 8 o'clock in the morning, got ready and went. And then I get
Hmm.
there and I'm still like an hour too early to go even park. So I sat in a Walmart parking lot for a while. And then I went and drove over, right? And then I mean it I didn't even have to wait in line. We didn't even have to wait in line for more than like half an hour before they opened the doors. And
Uh,
then it was just amazing. The Who, they were great. Like they were so
mhm.
appreciative. Like they barely speak English, right? They but and then this one guy was like, I don't know, where are they from? And it's like, well, they're Mongolian. Oh, that's really cool. Well, yeah, but they the way they say Chicago is absolutely freaking adorable.
Oh yeah. How they say it?
Yeah, Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah,
Chicago.
yeah, or it's either Yakago or Chakako.
Chicago.
And it alternated between the two, and I was like, oh, that is so great. I love it. They were the most appreciative band I have ever seen, like constantly just like saying, oh, thank you so much, and it was awesome. They were just so cool.
Mhm.
And I'm like, man, I hope they like really do continue to do very well because I like them. They're really cool guys.
Yeah.
And Iron Maiden, of course, was amazing, and they played forever. And I got out of there, and I'm like, I am never gonna find my car because I remember what it was like trying to find the car after Corn. It was impossible. Like it took almost
Yeah.
an hour to find the car.
Yeah.
No, I walked out the exit doors, and I looked over, and I'm like, not even like 200 feet away. There's my car, and I'm like, that no way. That's too easy.
You're
It's
like,
right
did it
there.
move?
It was right there. And then I mean, on 3 hours of sleep, I also drove home. I did not sleep in the car like I was gonna. I just drove home.
Yeah.
And it was raining the
How
whole
long was that
way.
drive?
Um, 4.5 hours.
Damn, 4.5 hours on 3 hours sleep.
No, no, no,
You
four and a half
crazy.
hours.
Uh-huh.
Then the concert. Then another 4.5 hour
Oh,
drive.
yeah.
I did not get home till 5 a.m. on 3 hours of sleep, and it rained the
Ah.
whole time. And my wipers
Oh.
were bad, so they didn't
Well,
clear the windshield, so I couldn't
I'm just
see.
gonna say glad to see you survived.
That would have
Because
been
I
a
wouldn't
horrible way
have.
to die.
I would not have.
But Friday, I drove to Michigan. Slept at a rest area. Like my daughter and her boyfriend, we all slept in the car. I slept in the back seat, which honestly is pretty comfortable for being like the back seat of a van. I just was a little shocked that I slept as well there as I do in my bed, which is shit. Honestly, not very well at all. But I mean, think about it. And then we stopped on this beach, just like in not Battle Creek, New Buffalo. And it was so pretty. I got pictures. I put up a video on TikTok. I was like, look, it's cool. I'm like, I don't have shoes because my shoes have a hole in them and I can't afford to replace them. So I'm wearing these sandals. It is 38 degrees. I wrapped myself in my blanket because my hoodie, I freaking had to wash it that day. So it was in the washer. It was in the dryer like when I left. So I like got this t-shirt on. I'm wrapped in my blanket and I'm going out like walking on the beach in my freaking sandals in 38-degree weather. It was awesome though. And then we went
Nice.
to Battle Creek because we had an errand to run. And then I drove back.
Yeah.
But not through Indiana. I did not drive
Mm.
in the Indiana part. I just drove back.
Did you see Rob Van Dam? No, just kidding.
Who?
All right. Never mind.
No, who is that?
Wrestling. It's a wrestler.
Oh.
They bill him well, I think he actually is from Battle Creek, Michigan,
Ah.
but they announce it. But I'm pretty sure all those guys they live down in Florida now because
Well,
like
I was
that's where
about
all
to
the
say.
wrestling is based.
I was about to say, unless he was at the dispensary that I spent like half an hour at going.
He
Fucking...
is a notorious stoner, and he's actually gotten suspended from WWE a bunch of times, and actually I think from TNA. He got suspended from there for failing drug tests
That's
when they were,
hilarious.
yeah. And he's old now. I think he's semi-retired, or maybe I don't think he's officially retired, but he's semi-retired. But he's great actually. He's a really good wrestler. He's not the smallest guy, but he moves like a fucking like welterweight fucking
Nice. You know,
featherweight fucking
went
dude.
to the dispensary and I went in and out of that sucker 5 times because there's a max, and we're not going to discuss the whole situation because it's probably not legal. But
Yeah.
anyway, there is this 21
You tell me later.
No, right. Where like publicly, I'm not hurt, but like my daughter's like looking over at the freaking security door, the security guard, and she's like, "Oh, he's kind of cute." I'm like, "Dude, he's like 12." And he looks up and he's like, "Who, me?" And she's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm 21."
Ooh, excuse me, Officer Dookie.
And then the next time I come in, he's like, "You're the one who said I was like 12." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, you're 21, but like that's half my age, and anyone that's half my age looks like a little kid to me."
Mm.
And then like the last time I came in, because I went in like 5 times,
Mm.
he was like, "You know, you look really good for your age." Like it made my whole
Nice.
day. Like some like little kid saying that, like, well, because come on, when you're old, they're all little kid.
Yeah.
It was funny. It did kind of make my day though,
Yeah.
because you get feeling down on yourself. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
nobody wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
And you'll feel like
Yeah.
undesirable.
Well, don't look at me. I didn't want to talk to anybody for a long time.
I mean, fucking same.
I would be perfectly happy if nobody wanted to talk to me.
Yeah.
But that's my shit. 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to talk to me.
It's exhausting, isn't
and bail them out. The shit they created.
Yeah, with me, it's just I want people to talk to me, but
Mhm.
only under my
Your
very, very specific set of conditions. You know,
yeah,
like stay a good distance.
on your terms. That's what I meant.
Yeah, exactly on my
Yeah,
terms, which is like basically this, or like text
right.
messaging. Like when my phone rings, I'm like, yep, it'll stop.
Yeah.
I'm not answering that. Like I don't want to answer phone calls. I don't want to like talk to people I don't know in public. I don't want people like walking up to me and trying to chat me up. I don't like that
Yeah.
because it makes me feel like uncomfortable.
Mm. Yeah.
Tell me you're a disaster. That's when you're a disaster. I don't talk to people in public. But you're like when you're in that, in a place like the dispensary, you kind of have to talk to the people. You have to talk to like everybody in line. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck," you know? And then they get
Okay.
uncomfortable around you, and you're in a room full of like a bunch of people who are doing questionable things, and you're like, you know what? Just be friendly, so they don't think you're an asshole. And then you're like in a state you've never been in before with a bunch of people that are like definitely like a lot happier when they leave, but maybe not happy right now. Just want to
Hmm.
like be nice because they're probably feeling the way you are. And everybody in there was super nice though, so it was like, yeah, it's. But of
Yeah.
course, everybody in there was probably super high
Yeah.
too. Like there were people that went
Very
in and out
likely.
more times than I did, and there's like a limit to how much you can purchase at a time, but they don't limit how many times you can go in a day.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of the limit then?
There isn't one.
It's just to make you think before you go back, like to make it tedious.
Yeah.
So eventually, maybe you stop. Like you don't spend your
Yeah,
entire
exactly.
paycheck
Like
at
there's
once.
only
Yeah.
if it takes if you end up having to take more time in the day, there's only so many hours in the day. So effectively, your limit is however many times you can go back in there in a day,
Pretty
or
much.
when or in operating hours.
Yeah, which
Not
helps.
even
But
a
like they
day.
open at like 9 in the morning. Like what?
Yeah, this dispensary I get deliveries from, they extended their hours. They used to not open till 10, but then and now they're like their windows are like 9 to delivery windows are like 9 to fucking 11 p.m., I think.
That is wild to me. Like, why would you want to be open?
Mm,
Because potheads have varying schedules, I guess.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, everybody does. I mean, nobody, the days of everyone working 9 to 5 is fucking gone. Like everyone's like people working. You got people working graveyard and every other shift. You know,
That's true.
I mean, shit, I don't even work 9 to 5. I work 7:30 to 4:30. But uh, so it's like,
Yeah, for sure.
like,
I think it's good that at least one industry's kind of trying to be accommodating. It's just unfortunate. It's just
yeah. Well, I mean, pretty much everything around here is open. Like, I mean, some places used to be open 24 hours, and the pandemic killed that. Um,
yeah.
I honestly think that was a good thing because, like, stores were operating on, like they were operating at a loss, staying open 24/7. Like,
Oh
the time
what?
they couldn't even, 3 a.m. They weren't making enough. Most stores weren't making enough to keep the lights on. You know. I just wish that savings that they now are enjoying, not being open 24/7. I just wish they would put that back in their prices, but no,
They will not, and they're
they will
just gonna
not.
put that back in their pockets.
Yeah, but
Oh,
as a business minded person, I see the logic in it.
yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing that they stopped keeping things open 24 hours. They were definitely
Yeah.
exploiting the overnight workers. So
Oh yeah. Yeah.
where are they?
And oh my God, like, dude, like you know how we've talked about the fast food minimum wage being increased and like all these restaurants are fucking getting, all these fast food chains are, up in arms and saying, oh, we're gonna have to close it. Well, they're closing. There's a lot of them that are closing stores, but that's actually happening nationwide because
And that
people
was
are,
happening
you
anyway.
know,
That was going to happen
and yeah,
regardless.
and yeah, I mean it's happening nationwide, and in California it doesn't seem to be like above any, above the curve, ahead of the curve on that. Like, so like they're closing them down, but it's actually making room for all these ones that have been closing down. I'm seeing places open up like almost
So quick.
immediately after they
Yeah.
leave, and I'm like, good. They're making, like businesses are still being created. They're still making jobs. They're probably the places that I've seen open up in these, fast food joints are, seem to be employing more people. Like they get there, they have the grand opening, they have everybody manning the registers, and they don't have one person they're training, like standing there when they've got three registers or four registers, and then the more established places they have a person they're training standing there fumbling around on one register. The other three are empty, and people are lining up. Like these places that are just opening up. Like we just got four fucking Raising Canes.
Oh my
I
god.
I've
But
never
it's
I haven't had them
gross.
yet.
Don't eat
I
that.
haven't, huh?
Don't eat
I
that.
haven't had it, but like I'm just saying, like
Raising
these
Cane's is
these
nasty.
chains that people have talked about that have been thus far, locked out of the Bay Area have, been coming in.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Well, it's like over
I
the
can't say.
pandemic, they opened Whataburgers in Colorado. And
Mhm.
I'm like, holy crap, that's amazing.
Yeah, I haven't heard of. I don't know if they've started coming to California yet, but I every time I hear Whataburger, when someone first told me about them, I thought they were saying Waterburger,
Waterburger? Yeah,
and I'm
because
like,
most
that
of
does
the
not sound
people,
appetizing.
right, most of the people that would know it and eat there have that southern accent and they don't know how to really pronounce Whata. It's Whataburger and they are so good. Like, I saw
Yeah.
that they had it in Colorado Springs
Hmm.
when I went to visit my sister.
Yeah.
And you bet your ass that I went and I got a fucking burger at 9 o'clock in the morning on my way out of the state.
Nice.
I'm like, I know y'all making breakfast right now, but would y'all be willing to make like a burger and some chicken strips for the kids in the back? They're like, oh yeah, absolutely. All you gotta do is say what you want. We'll make it. We don't care.
Yeah, see, and and they're trying to break into a new market, and they're energized, and they're like, like the staff actually is not complacent because they know damn well that like they're in a new market, people aren't familiar with them. If their customer service is shit, like the people aren't even going to give them a chance, and they're just going to
Exactly.
close, and that's the end of that experiment.
Exactly, but I
So,
mean that's the customer service you get at Whataburger, really anyway. Except for
really,
like,
oh, okay,
unless you just have like one of the ones where you got a lot of people who are just second working fast food and then they're kind of assholes. But they've always
yeah,
been really considerate to their customers, especially because their customers are really considerate to them. Because I mean, you don't want to get banned from Whataburger because then you can't get them damn good ass burgers, okay?
yeah.
So
I've never had them, so I can't tell. I can't
oh,
say, but I would be
so
willing to
good,
try.
so good. I wish they'd start bringing them up here. Colorado's close, but not close enough.
Hmm.
Can't drive there once a month for a good ass burger.
Yeah.
As it is, like, I hardly eat fast food as it is. So, like, I mean, I had a burger at McDonald's when my daughter bought it. Oh, thanks for following me. um, um, I had a burger at McDonald's because my daughter paid for it because she was making up for the fact that I drove to Michigan.
Yeah.
I was like, I had fun anyways. But
Yeah.
it was cool. It was good.
Huh.
Stop.
Holy crap. I
Um,
was trying. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
um, but like, I don't usually eat fast food. It's just out of my
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah. I tend to not either, even though I'm like near a bunch of places. I'm just sick of them.
Well,
Like,
yeah. I just I mean maybe once a month I'll get like chalupas, steak chalupas from Taco Bell, which by the way is the most expensive thing that they have on their menu. But
yeah.
I am picky. Um, or I'll get fries. Or I'll get like chili cheese tots at Sonic. But that's only
Mm,
like once a month, and
mm,
that's it. Because I just cannot. I can't justify spending that money. Because there's
yeah.
gonna be something. There's always gonna be something that I end up needing that I can't afford if my dumb ass goes and buys fast food.
Yeah. Fair enough. I was just looking at to see where Whataburger is, where
Te-
what their locations
yeah,
are,
Texas,
and
Mississippi, uh, Alabama, Florida, and Colorado.
actually, that sounds like there's 38 in Alabama, 38 in Arizona,
Oh, they have them in
17 in Arkansas, 7 in
what?
Colorado,
Oh, they have them in
4,
Oklahoma too.
45 in Florida, 25 in Georgia, 7 in Kansas, uh, 27 in Louisiana, 13 in Mississippi,
Kansas.
19 in Missouri, 1 in Nevada, 15 in New Mexico, 43 in Oklahoma, 6 in South Carolina, 21 in Tennessee, and oh,
Oh yeah, I
seven,
forgot they had them in
and
Tennessee.
749 locations in
In
Texas.
Texas because that's their home state, but I did not know they had
Yeah.
any in Missouri. I forgot about Tennessee, and I didn't know they had any in Kansas either. They've got them in
Yeah.
Missouri. Missouri is not
Oh, they have
far. Missouri is not far.
they have 7 in Kansas. Yes.
7 in Kansas.
Not
None
like
of
they're
them are
just
in
starting to.
Topeka. They're coming straight up the Midwest Channel. They're just like straight up from Texas is what they're doing. Come
Yeah.
on, bring it to Illinois. I want it. I want it so bad. I would be okay. So like I'm already a little bit fat, but I would be like super fat.
Mm.
I would be super fat.
It looks like, with the exception of Colorado and New Mexico,
Slightly.
and well, kind
Yeah.
of sort of Nevada, it looks like they're only in red states. But I mean, that just could be regional. I mean, that just could be a regional coincidence.
Kind of. It's cheaper to start a business. It's cheaper to open a chain of anything,
Mm.
especially fast food in red states. And
Yeah.
people in red states are more likely to spend their money on fast food because they tend to not really understand the basics of eating healthy.
Yeah.
And please, please, I hope nobody takes offense to that. That's as a rule, it's not everybody in red states, but I mean, as a rule, that's something that they've proven, which is sad and
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah.
It's upsetting.
Undereducated and malnourished
And
go hand in hand. So
it does, and it's not any like it's not these people's fault. It's not people that
no,
live there's fault.
absolutely not. They're victims. Like
Oh, don't tell them that. They do not
Oh
appreciate
yeah, of
that.
course.
But it's
I don't.
generational.
They are.
It's generational. Their families are poor, and they have to drop out of high school early to do whatever. And oh hey, like my dad did it this way, my granddad did it this way. I'm gonna do it this way too, and they don't get any farther than that. And that's not again, it's not a fault. Like we take a lot on heritage, and we take our heritage with us, and we wrap it around us like a shield.
Yeah, quite a bit too much, I think. But yeah,
Yeah. And so that's how we end up with situations like that and people that
yeah,
just, they don't know. And they'll learn eventually like some of them and some of them will be like no, I just don't care to know. And that's fine. That's fine. It just it kind of makes me a little sad because I want
mm,
everybody to be, healthy and educated and all that, but if that's not what they want for themselves, it's
yeah,
you can't force it. That's cruel too.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah,
So it's a tough line to toe.
yeah,
I just want people to do what they feel is best for themselves. As long as they're doing that, I guess I really shouldn't have an opinion.
yeah. I mean, it's tough though, because I mean, you're like, oh well, let people eat how they want, whatever. If they don't know any better, then okay, it's on them. They're the ones who are gonna have to suffer the consequences.
But I don't want
But
people
it
to
gets
suffer.
yes, exactly. However, I mean, there's only so much you can do if someone
Yeah,
doesn't want help.
exactly.
And it's sad. You just have to watch it or turn away
Well,
and
it's
let it
not.
happen.
It's not like
But
I have
at
room
the
to talk though, because like I do not eat the way I'm supposed to eat.
me neither.
Like, oh, you're not supposed. You should not be eating carbs. Because carbs increase
Uh,
inflammation, and inflammation, of course, is pain. Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm poor. Carbs are cheap, and I'm sorry. Potatoes. That's a statement by itself. I will never give up my
Mm-hmm.
potatoes.
Dude, potato. Yeah.
Pizza
I
fries.
I can give up sweet potatoes. I like sweet potatoes.
I
I could give them up though. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's just too many good things you can that have potato in them.
Mm-hmm. And then pasta. I mean, I could actually, honestly, I could live without pasta.
I couldn't.
I know that sounds insane,
It does.
but anything that's made with pasta, I can make with potatoes.
Okay, fair enough.
So I can let go of
Yeah.
the pasta, but I would increase my potatoes.
I don't know. They kind of hit different, but I don't know. I mean, yeah,
I like
fair
my
enough.
potatoes.
They're both staples. Like
Yeah,
like they,
yeah. But also, like,
You
I
can say the
don't.
same thing about rice if you like
Right.
rice,
But
or
they're
if
like,
anyone likes rice.
they don't want me to eat any of that. No rice, no grain.
Yeah,
And I'm like, I can't not eat those things. Like,
yeah,
I'm sorry, I have to have bread.
yeah,
I need that stuff. I need that. It's
yeah.
cheap ish.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, cause that's like almost doubled in price. The generic bread's like $2 a freaking loaf now. Like what?
yeah. Oh, I get the expensive shit anyway. So
Well,
I'm really picky about my sandwich bread.
I
Like
started
when I
getting
make my
bread at
PB and
Aldi.
J's, it has to be on
Yeah.
the finest bread.
Ew. Peanut butter and jelly and all fucking crazy.
Fuck off,
But
man. Like, you're ripping on my lunch 5 days a week. Okay.
oh
Well, okay,
god.
maybe not five. There's some days where I go over to 7-Eleven and when I before work and I get I get some sandwiches and stuff and
Gas station sandwiches. That's
pretty much yeah.
that's top notch.
Oh,
We get gas station
I got
pizza
this
here.
one. They have this like it was they had this new sandwich like it was like Holiday Harvest or something, and it had fucking turkey, little tiny bit of cranberry sauce, which I don't like a lot of, but like little bits just for flavor. Turkey, cranberry sauce, and stuffing on this like seasoned bread that was seasoned with like rosemary and sage and shit.
Okay, the
And
bread sounds
I
good,
was
but everything
I
else
was
sounds like the worst
dying.
thing ever.
I was dying. That was such a fucking good sandwich.
Okay, so like the only thing that sounded good to me on there is the bread, because I don't eat any of that other stuff at all.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I don't eat turkey. I don't eat stuffing, and cranberry is ew.
What's wrong with you?
I
That's
have
the
taste
shit that
buds.
at Thanksgiving, like I'm not a big turkey person, but I will fuck up some stuffing and mashed potatoes and gravy and shit. Like
Okay.
I'll make 5 times more than I fucking need, just so I have like hell leftovers for a week of that
So
shit.
usually, if I make anything for Thanksgiving, which I honestly just couldn't care less, I make
Yeah.
ribs,
Okay. Fair enough.
ribs
I mean,
and mashed potatoes and like mac and cheese and like all the anything
yeah.
that you can think of that goes with ribs except for like coleslaw. You
Oh, I love coleslaw.
fucking
Well,
gross.
I mean, I like some coleslaw. It's
Like I
like
said, I
I,
have taste buds. It's okay that you don't.
you just don't like good things. That's all. No big deal.
Ah, fuck.
What about deviled eggs?
No. Oh god, no.
Oh my god, dude.
Those
My
poor
my
eggs.
brother by himself will eat an entire tray of fucking deviled eggs.
Those
We have
poor
to make
eggs.
it like poor
Mm,
eggs.
those poor eggs.
My poor nostrils when he's done eating all those eggs.
Nobody here eats like that. Nobody here eats that stuff.
Yeah.
Like my son will eat ketchup. and my daughter will eat like ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
Not my 15-year-old, but my other one, and
Mm-hmm.
she'll eat like salad dressing. But
Okay.
no, we don't eat that stuff.
Mm.
But then again,
Okay.
like, you know, I season things, the way I season them, so it's like not necessary. Nobody wants
Mm-hmm.
it because it takes away from the flavor. But I'm making like a 5 pound pork roast tomorrow.
That's
His insight.
that
And then,
was a cough. Excuse
and
me.
then,
Sorry.
it's okay.
Just
When we
slipped
get through
out.
that,
Damn.
when
Hold on.
we, okay,
Oh no, you can keep talking. Just
oh, okay.
hold on.
When we get through that, I'm gonna take like part of that, and I'm gonna make ham and beans. But it's not ham; it's pork. But
Yeah,
I mean,
wait. Start that over again. Sorry.
okay, so like I'm making this like big like 5 pound pork roast tomorrow, and then
Okay.
when that's mostly gone, I'm gonna take the bone and some of the meat, and I'm gonna make beans with pork in it. Like
Uh huh.
everybody calls it ham and beans, but it's not ham. It's
Mm.
it's just pork. It's just pork.
Yeah.
It's like this big old shoulder roast. It's like almost as big as my freaking midsection, and I'm kind of fat, so
Mm.
just a little bit because I can't, for the life of me, do anything about it for some damn reason.
Mm.
It's like I
Mm.
don't know, whatever.
Huh?
Whatever, okay? Like whatever.
Yeah.
Jeez, fuck.
Yeah. For real. Uh,
God, I used.
but yeah, ham. I'm like ham at Christmas. I'm the same. I'm the same way as I am with turkey. Like I like having some. I'll have some at dinner, but like I'll probably eat some leftovers a little bit if there are leftovers. But like yeah, not big on the
I don't
ham.
like ham. I'll make like a big roast. Like I'll make pork roast or a beef roast or whatever, but no ham.
Hmm.
I don't like it.
Yeah, we were doing
And if
prime rib for Christmas.
mm,
Quite a
that's a win.
like for quite not I don't know, maybe 6 years. I think we did.
See,
I don't know, but
I'll eat turkey. I'll eat it. I just won't like it.
yeah,
And if everybody in my house liked it, that's what I would make for the holidays, But
yeah,
they don't. Like only
yeah,
one of my kids likes turkey at all. I'm like, I'm
mhm,
not making a whole ass turkey for one person.
yeah. It's got to be slathered in thick ass gravy for me to eat
Mm.
it.
None of my kids eat gravy except for the one that eats the turkey. They all hate gravy. And I'm like, you
All
guys,
gravies.
all gravies. So like
Okay.
when I make hamburger hash, I get that shit to myself.
Hmm.
Unfortunately,
Yeah. See,
because
I had to learn to like stuff when I was growing up. So like,
oh, see, I don't do that to
yeah.
my kids because that made it harder for me to actually find foods that I do like as an adult because
Mm,
as soon as I was old enough to decide what I was going to eat for myself, I
mhm,
just cut it down to 5 things. It was
mhm.
5 things for like years and years and years. I would only eat like 5 different things,
Okay.
and it's not good.
Nah.
So I slowly
I
started
mean,
branching out. It turns out I really like a lot of different foods, but what am I trying to do?
it's supposed to be healthier for, better for your digestive system to really eat the same thing, as long as you're getting your nutrient
Yeah, no,
the nutrients you need.
I
But
was not.
it's supposed to be healthier and less of an impact on your digestive system for you to
Yeah.
eat the same things. Not be out there trying all these different things, like fucking all these foodies going out to different restaurants every night, trying vastly different things. They're like wreaking havoc on their digestive system. They're gonna have ulcers and all kinds of shit later on.
Oh no. Actually, honestly, that's what I need to be doing because I've got to find ways to substitute for the things I'm not supposed to be eating, right? The problem is
Yeah.
for the
Well,
longest
yeah. I mean,
but it turns out like those are the foods that don't upset my stomach,
mhm,
that don't make me sick.
yeah.
Like Indian food is freaking fantastic. It doesn't make me sick.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's weird. Chinese food
Yeah.
doesn't make me sick.
Mhm.
Mexican food, when prepared, by somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing, doesn't
Yeah.
make me sick. But it's just, I can't eat. There's so many things that I cannot eat.
Yeah.
It's hard. And it's
Yeah.
like,
Man.
even existing in the Midwest is hell.
Yeah.
Even existing in the Midwest as like breathing the air is torture.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm definitely not going to be eating this food.
Yeah.
And I did though.
I mean-
I ate some Cheetos. I ate some Cheetos a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, this is gonna hurt me so much very soon. I'm gonna
Regular
be so
Cheetos?
sick. Yeah. And I was like, I'm
Ah.
gonna be so sick. And then I didn't get sick, and I'm like, maybe it has to do with the diseases that I have.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah. I'm kind of like that too with a lot of stuff. Like, like some days it'll affect me and some days it won't. Mostly dairy.
Yeah.
Like if it has dairy in it, or yeah, dairy. And it's just, yeah, it's like, some days it'll affect me. Some days it won't do it at all. Some days it'll just give me a little gas,
Yeah. Oh, see, I had like burpee gas, but
like food.
But like usually I'll just avoid anything with corn. But sometimes, damn it, I want some Cheetos, and I don't know why. It's not like they're good. But sometimes I want them anyway. You're cutting out really bad, and I cannot hear you. That's weird. You sound like a robot, and I'm only catching like a couple words. I don't know what happened. Yep, can't hear you, dude. I don't know what happened, but I can't hear you. Super weird.
Welcome.
Okay. Gathering that you're gonna try to fix it and come back. That's what I'm assuming you meant there.
Wait, hold on, let me check.
Oh, I heard that.
Wait. Okay, I can hear you on your stream, but it's through Discord.
Yeah.
Oh wait, now I think you're back on Discord too. But you were like
That's what you sounded like to me too. I think it was maybe Discord then.
It was Discord, yeah, for sure, because you were clear as a bell on stream. So.
Yeah, that's wild. Fucking Discord.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just don't work.
Yep. I've overall I've had pretty good experience with Discord calls, but I mean that was not one of them.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. But yeah. What were we talking about?
I don't even.
Oh yeah.
Food.
Well, we were talking about foods that weren't when the disruption happened. We were talking about foods that affect us.
Yeah.
And varying differently at different times.
Yeah, for me mostly it's just corn, oddly, and then I'm allergic to everything.
Yeah.
So that's where my daughter gets it, because like I'm allergic to everything, and then she had a blood test that said like, yeah, she's literally anything that you can be allergic to, pretty much she's allergic to it. And I'm like, well, that sucks.
She's allergic to being allergic.
She's allergic to breathing. That's pretty much what they said. I'm like, well, that sucks. But like I've got this weird allergy situation where it's not like, oh, you're not really technically allergic to these things, but they can eventually give you an anaphylactic allergic reaction.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I have that with almost all food.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's pretty much the thing with like a lot of things. Like I'm mildly allergic to latex, and they're like, okay, it's not, it's just gonna maybe cause some irritation now, but if you keep exposing yourself to it, you're eventually going to get go into anaphylactic shock.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay. Staying
why
away
they
from the
stopped
latex.
using latex gloves in hospitals, because anyone can become allergic to latex through exposure as well.
Yep.
But I'm extremely allergic to latex.
Yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't know how, it's very common with people with spina bifida to be allergic to latex for some reason.
Oh.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't know why. I never asked for the correlation, but like, yeah, it's actually really common. Like, I used to go to these clinics once every few months or something because it was really hard to get in. They had them every month, but it was really hard to get in, and so I'd go like every 6 months or something. And you go and you sit there and like you get this barrage of specialists coming in at random times, and that's where I found out I was allergic to latex.
huh.
They came in, slapped a glove on my hand, and said, "All right, leave that there for a minute." And they came back like 10 minutes later, and they're like, "Yep, you're allergic to latex."
That's just crazy. Um, yeah. If you're allergic to latex, you can have allergic reactions to stone fruits,
Oh,
like
really?
peaches, plums, nectarines, apricots.
Okay. Those are things I've had those before, but I haven't eaten any of those in a long time, and I wonder if maybe that's like an instinctual aversion. Like
It
I've
might be.
I've never, because I remember liking them, but like,
Same.
I've never really, I've seen them in the store and I just walk on by. I'm like, I don't want those.
Same.
That
But
that
like,
would make sense.
if they're cooked, they don't bother me. But if they're
Yeah.
not cooked, I get itchy, really itchy. And then one time I ate an uncooked peach, like a fresh peach,
Hmm.
and like my whole mouth and all the way down my throat, like just went dead. And I'm like, yeah, I should not be eating that. That was a
Yeah.
scary thing. And I'm like,
Huh.
that's weird. And then I found out like it's almost every fruit. I can't eat bananas because they burn my mouth.
Oh
Um,
wow.
you know, mangoes, I have the same reaction as bananas to the fruit, not the skin, where most people are allergic to the skin,
Uh-huh.
which, you know, same reason as like what is it? The poison ivy. But I don't react to the skin. That doesn't mean I wouldn't react to poison ivy, but it means I
Mhm.
just don't react to the skin of a mango. But I am allergic to the fruit, but I'll eat it anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's damn delicious.
Nice.
Um, just keep the Benadryl handy. Uh,
Hmm.
I like mangoes, but
Oh.
I like them the way they eat them, like in like Mexico and stuff, with like the chili powder and stuff.
Oh yeah, with the tahini. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So good.
I love. Oh god. Yeah, watermelon with tahini. Fucking
I am allergic to watermelon.
pineapple with tahini. Oh my god. No, I'm just saying what I like.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I bet that's good.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Oh, it's so good. But yeah.
I eat lemons
I
just
mean, I
because
grew
of
up
that.
with before I even knew what tahini was. I grew up eating, putting eating watermelon with salt on it.
Well, didn't you like grow up in California? Wait, ew,
Yeah,
salt on watermelon.
yeah,
Fuck.
brings out the flavor. It like you sprinkle some salt on there, and it like just got this sweet and salty kind of flavor. You don't dump it on there. You just sprinkle it on there, and it just gives you little bits of salty, and it opens up your taste buds. It's
No,
yummy.
that's all right. I put salt on grilled cheese sandwiches.
Oh well,
Guess I shouldn't say
damn.
anything.
But you use the fake cheese though, like I do.
It's
Like
not
that's got
fake
a shit
cheese
ton. You got the
though.
shit ton of salt in that already. That's crazy.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
like
that's not fake cheese. It's a blend of Swiss, cheddar, and Colby.
I say it derisively. I still eat this shit, but like I call it fake cheese because
Everybody calls it fake cheese.
yeah, exactly. You know what you're talking about. Instead of me saying, "Oh, Kraft Singles" or something like that,
Yeah.
or because you may be eating generic. It's not Kraft Singles. You might be eating the generic shit or
Oh God,
or
not if
the
I can help
Tillamook
it. That
shit or
shit
something
doesn't
like
melt.
that. Yeah, yeah,
And that generic stuff is fake cheese. You
yeah,
can tell because it doesn't melt,
yeah,
and it tastes like gross.
yeah.
But most of them are like the Great Value and the Kraft. They are they're real cheese. But I think we've had this
Mhm.
discussion before. Like
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why I researched it, but oh no, it was somebody in a freaking restaurant. Oh well, we don't serve fake cheese here, and I'm like, that's not fake cheese. And so I was like, what kind of cheese actually is it? Because I know it's real cheese. So I looked
Mhm.
it up, and it says, yeah, they can't call it American cheese. And
Mhm.
it'll say cheese product or cheese food.
Yeah.
They can't actually call it cheese if it's not cheese. So, it's got extra milk, and then
Mhm.
it's got Colby Swiss and cheddar.
Okay.
And Colby is like one of my favorite
So
cheeses.
it's a Franken cheese.
Yeah.
It's
Um,
cheese, but it's Franken cheese.
Colby is one of my favorite cheeses, which is honestly it's a very very high fat cheese. And it's probably one of the reasons I can't lose weight is because the shredded cheese I put on everything is Colby Jack. It's fucking
Mhm.
fat piece of shit.
Man,
I'm in a lot less pain right now, though. You know,
that's
my
good.
infusions are every 8 weeks now. It's a
Oh
different
yeah,
one, and it's
you
every
you
eight
told
weeks.
me
Yeah,
like
that was
they changed your dosage or some shit. Like
yes, and
yeah, and that's helping. It sounds like
yes,
that's
it's
cool.
helping a lot. But I felt like so much shit afterwards. They had to use an ultrasound to find my vein.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, and then the freaking IV port, like the catheter for the
Mhm.
IV, was like 2 inches freaking long. And I'm like, okay, so by the time you get halfway through pulling that thing out, it starts to hurt a lot, just so you know. Just so you know. Double the size of a normal IV. Awful. But, like, at least they were able to get it.
Yeah. Yeah, 2-inch catheter.
Yeah.
That'd have to go. That'd have to.
It's
Nah,
for
I'm not.
deep bone. It's for deep near the bone veins that can't be reached without it.
Yeah.
It's super long. Yeah. It is
Yeah.
like an inch and a half, 2 inches long. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But like I said, life saving, probably.
Yeah.
So it makes my life nicer to not be in fucking excruciating pain all the time. So that's good.
Hmm. That, yeah, that's something. I mean, when you go through it, when you go through constant pain, like for a long enough time, and then like you don't have it anymore, you're like, it's almost like
It's weird.
euphoric.
Right, but then suddenly, like everything that hurts that you're not used to hurting
Hmm.
hurts so much worse than
Yeah,
you used
true.
to because like you couldn't feel it over the other pain generally. It's like my
Yeah.
daughter when she broke her foot. They're like,
Hmm.
"Well, what is your pain level?" She's like, "Yeah, it's about a 6." And
Mm.
I was like, yeah, it's probably like really really bad, but she can't tell because she's got the connective tissue disorder, she's got the autoimmune disease, she's in pain all the time.
Yeah.
So, like, my
You got to train her with hospital etiquette, man.
I
Because
know.
like, don't ever tell them it's a 6. Tell them it's a 9 or a 10 or nothing at all. Because like fucking otherwise they're not gonna they're not
They
gonna
brought
ever
her
get back to you.
they brought her anti-inflammatories. They did the X-ray. Like they did. They were like, yeah, well, we can't give you narcotics. You're like a minor, and narcotics aren't really that helpful anyway. So we'll give you an anti-inflammatory that'll help with the swelling and the pain. And she's like, yeah, that's exactly perfect because I don't want narcotics. It's like she's like,
Yeah.
they were like asking her like, what do you drink alcohol? No. Do you smoke cigarettes? No, but I vape. And then they're like, do you smoke marijuana? And she's like, yeah, because like I'm in all this pain all the time. And they're
Hmm.
like, yeah, that's fine. We're not judging. I was
Yeah.
like, thank God this child is smart enough to be honest with the hospital. Like, so many
Yeah.
people do not know better and they'll lie thinking they'll get in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, you are not going to get in trouble. Like, I might get in trouble. Like, the hospital
Yeah.
here calls social services on me because my kid smokes pot. And I'm like, first of all, she's like, at the time she was like 15.
Yeah.
And I'm like, she's
They-
15. What am I going to do to stop her? Every
Yeah.
child in this town from the ages of 10 to freaking 18, they all smoke weed. If
Mhm.
she wants to hang out with anybody, how am I going to keep her away from it? Like, she's not going to have any friends because I'll have to lock her up like Rapunzel. She's like, no, I get it. Like, they were like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like when the hospital called, like, she ended up, like, having a mental health crisis. She ended up in the hospital. Well, they called social services on me, saying I must not be doing enough for her because she's having a mental health crisis. And the social worker called me and she's like, they're saying blah, blah, blah because she tried to kill herself. So I'm like, look, okay, I already lock everything up. I don't even know how she got those, that she didn't get them from me. But here's the
Yeah.
thing. if she doesn't take her medication, am I supposed to sit on her and shove it down her throat and risk her aspirating? Well, no.
Mhm.
All right, if she doesn't want to go to her appointments, am I supposed to, like, I don't know, bodily force her into the vehicle and, like, shove her out in front of her therapist's office and force her through the door? Well, no. And
No,
I'm
because
like,
then
well,
you get
that's
in
the only
trouble
way
for
these things. Exactly. And I
you
said,
get
well,
in
that's
trouble
the
for child
only.
abuse.
Exactly. And I'm like, is that so? That's the only way these things are going to happen. So what am I supposed to? She's like, you're not doing anything wrong. Like, this is clearly, obviously not your fault. Like, she's old enough that, she's going to either do it or not. It's like,
Yeah,
exactly. So, like, I wish that doctors would stop doing that. That's dumb. Stop calling
yeah.
social services on people who actually are doing their best in a situation where they literally don't have the power.
Yeah. I mean, I totally appreciate that it's an uncomfortable situation, but I think doctors just kind of play it safe. The social worker shows up, they investigate, you talk it out. They're qualified to determine if there's a danger.
But
Well,
they're
usually,
really
you
not.
know, and then, usually they're qualified to do that.
Well, they're supposed to be.
But then, and so, then it becomes a non-issue, after that review.
Right.
But like,
The problem
you
is
know,
when they continuously do that, when there's, constantly
yeah.
like, oh, there's no problem here, and then they constantly call them. Eventually, social services is just like, well, we're sick of getting calls about you, so we're taking your kids. And it's like,
Yeah, continuously borders on harassment at that point.
it's like, would you stop? Like, seriously. And it's like, it's gotten to the point to where they'll call me, we'll have a conversation, and they're like, yeah, no, we get it. Like, clearly you're not doing anything wrong here. And I'm like, if I was doing anything wrong, if I didn't care, why would I take her to the hospital? Like, and be like, yeah, she did this happened? Like,
Hmm.
instead of like, no. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, why there must be something going wrong in your house that she wants to die. And I'm like, no, there's something going wrong in her brain that she wants to die.
Hmm.
Because, like,
Yeah.
that's a whole brain thing.
Yeah.
We get those. It happens. It's a human thing, part of the human condition. Sometimes the brain actually understands reality and doesn't like it,
Hmm.
and tries to end it. It's a thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, the default is, humans have the urge to or living sentient beings have the urge to survive.
Right.
Even non-sentient living things do, but
Right.
but at the same time, there are some situations where, like your brain is just like, yeah, I'm in a your brain goes, I'm in a stuck situation. That could be a chemical imbalance. I'm in a situation, I have no way out, and so I might as well, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's,
And you figure a medical professional is going to understand where, like, those kinds of ideations come from. Like, they're going to understand that, like, these are generally a chemical imbalance from someone who's not, either not receiving treatment or not compliant with treatment. My
mhm,
daughter.
yeah.
Oh my god, I did so many. Where is what I'm building? Where the fuck did it go? Like, I put
And
everything
also,
so
oh,
far
sorry.
apart. It's okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm just thinking
I,
out loud.
I was just gonna say, I mean, like in some cases, it's, also like, if someone, if a parent is not able to, get their kid to take, life-saving medications and things like that, it gets to the point where, like, yeah, they have to put them in custody, not to punish the parent, but to,
Make the
save
kid
the
do the
child.
thing. Yeah. Yeah,
You
and I
know,
understand that, but, like, man,
yeah, and that's in life-saving things, like,
she's just, like, so close to being an adult. What the fuck? There's not much they can
yeah,
do besides, like, court force her. And
yeah,
even that, I feel like that's cruelty on another level.
hmm
But, being someone who suffers from mental illness, I wouldn't want somebody doing that to me. Like, I live every day wanting to die. I'm here
hmm
because I've learned how to, like, deal with that.
yeah,
And I've learned how to live around it. It's not
yeah,
fun or easy, but it's something that
no, yeah,
we do. And then there's people that medication works for. I'm not one of those people. So
yeah,
it's like either I deal with it like that or I just don't. I have
hmm
found one thing that does help, and even like I was talking to my therapist about it. I was like, I really should, just do this. The problem is it's illegal as fuck here and highly inaccessible everywhere.
Mm. Mm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
It was illegal where I used it as well. But,
Mhm.
it didn't matter then. Well, I was younger and willing to take more risks.
Yeah.
But my therapist is like, illegal or not, if you can get your hands on it, if it really fucking helps, like, it might be worth the risk. I'm like, honestly, if my kids were adults, I would take that risk.
Yeah.
But, like, those mushrooms are not legal here.
Mm-mm.
But they work.
They were trying to legalize it in Denver or Colorado or somewhere.
Yes. Yeah,
and I don't know if that actually went through or not. But
I don't know if it worked or not, but if it did, man.
if it, yeah, I think it was Denver. Like they started actually. I think in Denver itself, I think they actually did legalize it, but the state still had issues with it.
I know that, like, it's legal in Oregon, and that's why I was like, maybe I need to go to the Pacific Northwest once in a while,
Mm-hmm.
But, like, every 6 months. So I could, But I remember, like, when it wore off, that like, reset wore off, it was, like, dying.
Yeah.
So it's like I would have to keep a steady supply to use every, like, 3 months, and that's prison time. Like, that's federal penitentiary time, like,
Mm-hmm.
unless I live in Oregon, and I can't afford to live in Oregon. Also, I wouldn't want to, no offense, but fuck the West Coast. Like, it is too dry, it is too forest fire, too fiery.
Yeah.
Too earthquakey. I don't like it.
To be fair, we don't have any forest left, so.
Oregon does, but, like, the only places I would be able to afford to live in Oregon don't. And I don't like that either. So.
Mm-hmm.
The Pacific Northwest is not for me. And also, like, it's really pretty in the Midwest. I just don't necessarily like all the people. But that's okay, because that's everywhere, People are people everywhere.
Yeah.
Something is irritating my skin. I keep getting, like, little blisters.
Mm-hmm.
It's annoying. It's really irritating, and I don't like it. I'll get skeletons in the next fucking raid. I really do need to make a sword. Blood Moon raids, which I will get apparently every 4 freaking days. Every 3 or 4 days, which sucks. The next one will have bigger bad guys because I've got bigger village. They changed it. They made it better. To where if be by myself, having built up everything I did, still only brought me whites, which is good. Which is the way it was before.
Mm-hmm.
And they did something that changed it, and it made it suck a lot. Because even with, like, 2 things built and being just me, I had, like, 4 skeletons with swords and draugrs with swords and, like, 2 whites, and I'm like, that's bullshit, okay? Fight that.
Yeah. Right?
I don't even have a sword yet. Like, no. Kinda want to get a villager just so they can be a builder, but then they'll whine and cry about feeling unsafe and they'll leave. And I don't have any way to feed them. The next thing I need to build is a cooking house. Stones. Jesus. Stones. So many stones.
November kind of sucks. Like, October, I knew I was watching horror movies, but, like, November, I'm like, is it too early for Christmas movies?
No,
I think
it's
it
never
is.
too early for Christmas movies. What the fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about? Watch The Ref.
A lot of the streaming services haven't really uploaded most of them though, so they haven't come
True.
in yet.
Well,
So,
I owned The Ref so that I can watch it on Christmas.
oh,
So that I don't have to wait for someone to maybe put it on their streaming service because Dennis Leary is funny as fuck.
mm.
It's actually cold enough in here that unrefrigerated, my water is cold.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
cold.
I had that happen. I came home from work and I had a can of Lacroix sitting at my desk. I'm like, oh, this is probably warmth. It was out there since the morning, and but I was like, ah, fuck it, I don't want to get up. I opened it. It was still cold. I was like, what?
This
'Cause
is
I leave my window open
this
like
is
all the
clearly
time.
Canadian. I got it at Sam's Club. It was like $20 for 12 of them suckers.
Wait, did you just say you got it at Super Club?
Sam's Club.
Oh, I thought you said Super Club. I'm like, isn't that in the movie? Employee of the Month movie.
Wouldn't know, dude.
You've never seen
No.
Superstore? I mean, not Superstore. Fuck that's a good show too. Employee of the Month. You've never
Nope.
seen that?
Nope.
Are you fucking kidding me? That shit's hilarious.
No, I just don't watch a lot of stuff. Like I'll come across stuff and I'll just randomly watch it.
I know, but like you've never seen it. It's been out since like 2006 or 4 or something like that.
I don't. Okay, first of all, I don't watch TV, so I don't see like ads for things. And then like I'll watch things that are suggested to me based on things that I watch,
Uh-huh.
and that's just never popped up.
Really? You don't watch a lot of comedies on your streaming services?
No, I watch like mostly sci-fi and fantasy.
Oh, okay. Well, I
and,
guess that it wouldn't pop up then, I guess, but
and I
yeah.
mean some horror stuff, but mostly
Yeah.
like psychological horror type stuff.
Ah. Well, yeah, neither one of those are anywhere remotely Employee of the Month. That is it's such a funny movie.
I have to go collect more mussels so I can eat. I ate them
This is an 81 Honda. How dare you?
all. What the fuck?
That was in that movie.
I saw a Tesla Cybertruck in the wild driving in Chicago.
I see them every day.
And I started laughing hysterically, and I couldn't stop. And I feel like
Yeah.
they shouldn't be allowed to drive because they make it unsafe for other people to drive for laughing at them. I had to pull over in a parking lot and sit for like 5 minutes. So like, okay, so I've seen pictures of it, and that does not do it justice because this thing is a joke.
Yeah.
And then we saw one in a car lot when we were on our way to Michigan because we went up through to Chicago because my daughter, she wanted to get this THC infused drink.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh, I'll be up all night if I don't, have some pot. And I'm like, well, there's no pot. And she's like, I know. So like, maybe we can get this drink I want so bad. So we did. And she got like 100 milligrams. It's THCA.
Mm-hmm.
She drank the whole thing. She's like, the whole time she's like, I'm fine. And then she gets like 3/4 of the way through with it. And she's like, oh my God, I am so fucking baked.
How long did it take her to drink the thing?
Like an hour.
Oh. Okay.
Like an hour and a half. But like, she finished it. By the time she finished it, we were still in Chicago.
Wow.
We were still in Chicago. Fuck. That was crazy. We ended up driving like all the way through the south side. We ended up having to drive through Gary, Indiana. Then we got on the interstate because like Interstate 90 was closed for some ass reason. So we drove through Indiana on like 60 something. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, we made it to Michigan and then slept at the rest area in the car.
Damn.
I was gonna stow the seats, like lay us out like a palette. And I was like, that might be like kind of uncomfortable because her boyfriend is there,
Mm.
and so I don't want to like. So like he slept across the middle seats, and I slept in the back seat. She slept in the front seat.
Mm.
It's like I have to be able to put my legs up, so I can't sleep in the front seat.
Yeah.
There, finally, all the food and all the drink. Good. All right, now I need 4 stones. Put on the slipper. And I was just cutting one up. I don't
Oh,
know.
I'm at character select.
Oh,
I'm
you were
just been sitting
neglecting the
here.
game and it booted you.
Yeah,
You're
I've just been
taking up
sitting here.
space like anybody else is
Yeah,
actually
that's space
fucking
I'm
playing
paying.
right now.
Space I'm paying for. Oh, and I bought the expansion. I bought the fucking the expensive
Me
expansion.
too. I love
A
buying the
hundred and
expensive expansion.
$125 expansion.
Yeah, I usually do that. Well, actually, I'll wait till it's on sale on 2 accounts, like, and buy the really expensive one.
Mm.
But it's better to buy that one because you get
Yeah.
all the stuff. But like I
Yeah.
have 6 accounts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wouldn't you be? Well, I guess. Well, if you only do it on like 2 accounts, right? You said, or you do it on all of them.
Eventually, I do it on all of them, but I can't right
Oh,
now because paying off this
yeah.
computer is killing me.
Yeah. So I was gonna say that like they have the family one where you can put it
Yeah,
on
that's what I
multiple.
said. I put it on like
But
the 2 that I'm not like super like impressed by, but it's not just EverQuest 2, dude. It's EQ.
yeah.
I gotta upgrade that shit too.
Yeah. Fair
I gotta
enough.
get the expansions on that one. Do you know how many hundreds of dollars goes into upgrading all my fucking games, dude? So
Too many?
so much. But I only play 2 on like 2 accounts on EverQuest, so that's not
Mm. I don't know. I mean, wouldn't it just be cheaper? Like, I mean, you only run like 2 at a time, right? Like, do you run more than that? Or do you ever like do like a
I
6
do run
box?
more than that. No, I don't. No, okay, so what it is I have 2 that I main on EQ2 and 2 that I main on EverQuest. There's a
Uh-huh.
slight overlap, but no, there's not. There's no overlap.
Mm.
So basically, if I want to play on both games unhindered, I kind of have to pay for 4.
Uh,
And I can't even afford that right now. I'm paying for
yeah.
2 right now. And I don't
Okay.
even know if one of them is on EQ2 or not. I don't even know which ones I'm paying for right now.
Mm.
Oh, there it is. Damn. I need to flag this. Need to put a flag where I'm at. There we go. So that I can continue to harvest this thing. So. Actually, I probably don't do that because there's my 2 stones. But no, I do need it because I'll never find it again. Damn it. And I've already got the cut stone there. That's what I needed it for. See, it's been too many days. I spent like 2 weeks not streaming at all, and I'm like, I am neglecting everybody, and I feel like an asshole. But like everything was crazy, and I was not in the headspace. Even when I did have the time, which I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Just like mostly needing to drive here, drive there, do this, do that. Even had to reschedule a therapy appointment for having a beat in the damn car. Like, and that's tops. I'll stop a stream for my therapy appointments.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, that's the reason I've never really stuck with therapy. Is just like I just get too fucking depressed to even bother going. Like like I'll go to medical appointments, like physical medical appointments, but like for some reason like those just don't seem like they're as big of a deal when I'm like not when I'm my energy level is just not feeling it.
yeah, no, my therapy is like super important, honestly.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't not do it. I would not do it if I could make it less of a priority, but like it's actually done me a lot of good, which I never thought I'd say. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's not like, oh yeah, I feel so much better. I'm gonna be able to function in society now. It's I kind of almost don't hate myself every minute of every day now.
Mm. Yeah.
But I understand when people don't have the time or, you know, energy for it. Because it does, it takes a lot.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's a lot of energy.
Yep.
And it's a different kind
You
of
know,
energy. Like,
I
people do
mean,
not realize how exhausting it is
yeah.
to unburden all of your, like, awful things and actually dig deep and find, hey, what's the cause of this feeling any fucking way?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's maybe not dig too deep because I don't like those
Yeah.
things.
Man.
I don't want to
I
think
thought,
about that. Can we not?
yeah. The last time I went into, I think I told you the last time I tried to initiate therapy, and like like I thought it was gonna be great because like it was all remote. Like you didn't have to actually go somewhere. Like
Yeah.
it was phone and video appointments and shit. And
Yeah.
like, it's basically like that BetterHelp fucking
Yeah. Didn't you
crash.
tell me that
And
like they just kept
yeah,
dicking you around the whole time?
they didn't dick me around. They were straight to the point that they were like, we can't help you unless you get nicotine cessation.
Oh,
And
that is so
even though like I fucking just straight up told them, I was like, at the time I was damn near close to suicidal, and like they were focusing on that shit. So I said, no, thank you, thanks, but no thanks. I'm done.
Hi, thanks
I'm
for
not
nothing.
gonna,
Have a good day.
like I'm not gonna start fucking doing shit like sustaining anything until fucking
Until you're emotionally
and
stable enough to do so.
until I'm not like ready to
Right.
fucking slit my wrists. I
Right.
should not. Sorry, Twitch. I should not have said that, but
Yeah.
what I was going through. I'm better now. Don't do that.
No, definitely don't do that. And I'm glad you're doing better now. Like, it's hard. And unless they're going through it, unless they've been through it. They don't seem to register the fact that, like, it's not
Yeah,
that cut and dry. It's not that
yeah,
easy. These things
yeah. Well,
suck.
mhm.
And, like, you've got to choose your battles. And sometimes choosing your battle means you're choosing to, like, work on your brain rather than your physical health. And then maybe they should, like, not be
Mhm.
pressy over nicotine when they're supposed to be psychiatrists. Worry about
Yeah.
that.
I mean, she had. I mean, it was basically like the whole vibe was that she had a questionnaire, and she
Uh-huh.
had to complete the questionnaire. Like when I told you, like she told me, oh, I need names and phone numbers of two people that you can trust.
I don't
Like, and
have
I'm like,
two
it's like
people that I
I
can
don't
trust.
trust anybody that well. Like, I
Like,
was like. I was like, and I certainly am not going to just give you their numbers on the fly, like this person that I don't fucking know, and I've talked to you for 5 minutes, like, and it was a battle getting past that. She's like, well, we're not going to end this call until I'm like, well, I'm going to end this call because I'm at work. I set aside. You told me this was going to take 20 minutes at most, and I'm setting aside time at work to do this. And don't fucking tell me that we're not gonna end this call. I'm not a goddamn child.
yeah, you don't get to tell me what I'm gonna do with my time.
I
Okay,
will just
I'm
I will
over
just end
here.
this call right now.
Seriously.
Not, like that's what I'd say to them,
Yeah,
and yeah. So
that's crazy. Like,
yeah, I mean, she just had a questionnaire, and like, the amount that when I told her what I did when I vape and all this stuff, and like, like how much, like she just basically ran some calculations, and it went slightly over their little limit for, what they consider their little equation, their algorithm for
oh, you're
fucking
an
whether
addict
you
now.
yeah, you're a substance abuser, which is what she literally called me. And I'm
Oh
like,
my god.
yeah, like you're pigeonholing me in with like fucking crackheads, and just because I'm a smidge over your little calculation, saying
Wait.
that
Would
like,
they seriously? Do you think they would tell like someone who was addicted to something like freaking cocaine or methamphetamine or heroin and
mhm.
self medicating? Do you think they'd actually turn them away for being a substance addict?
They would probably, well, what it sounds like is they probably,
Oh my
they,
god.
they, because they were saying like, oh, well, we need to eliminate any sort of substance abuse effect on your body. So yeah, they would probably refer them
Oh my god.
to drug counseling
Oh
or
my
something
god.
like
And
that.
that's
And that's
horrifying because
yeah,
healing your mind is probably step one to freaking stopping
exactly.
substance abuse.
Exactly. You have to want it, and that takes mental preparedness. Is like you have to want it, and like if you're fucking down
Wow.
on your, and you're gonna take away the one thing that, one of the things that gives me joy right now, like
Right. Like
really,
it's just like
like
I
or not even joy, but
wow.
like keeps my anxiety down or whatever.
Like I have the like I see a lot of really just awful things that are said about people who are addicted to substances, and I'm like, but you don't know their story, Like that's the thing. And in even talking to psychiatrists and therapists, they've told me the same thing. It's like I've believed for my entire life that I am truly lucky to not be a substance addict.
Yeah.
The only but I have other problems that kind of take the place. Because I am
Mhm.
addicted to like video games, like to making other people feel valued. Honestly, is like,
Yeah.
and because and that's not something you can think of as an addiction, right? But my therapist said it gives you a high.
Yeah. It really does. I relate to that more
Yeah.
than you can know. You
She
know
said
that like
because it
it's
gives you
yeah.
a high to help other people, to make other people happy, to help other people feel valued, that
Yep.
is your addictive substance. And I
Yep.
was like, see, so mine's not dangerous like that, but it can be dangerous to me.
Oh yeah, it can be.
Putting other
It could
people's
be
needs and wants ahead of my own.
yeah. Yeah, you
And
neglect your own needs and your finances and your fucking,
yes,
like yeah, it's like yeah.
yeah. And I'm like, yes, I'm lucky it's not a substance that could wreck my body more than it already is, but like I can absolutely relate. I can absolutely understand how these people can have gotten addicted to these awful things that they can't quit. And it breaks my heart. But,
Hmm.
I'm not going to like let them in my house. you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the unpredictable behavior, the
Yeah.
things like that. It's not
Absolutely.
like it's not and I hate you because you're this thing. Is I can't have you for my own safety and sanity around me and my family. Sort of thing.
Hmm.
And usually,
Yeah.
when you say stuff like that, unless you clarify in that way, people are like, "Oh, you're just like a hater," and well, no. Like, first of all, no, because it's a mental health issue.
Hmm.
And if anyone understands mental health issues, it's me. Okay, but like,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, people, you want to help people. You can help people with mental issues all you want, but
without
then,
endangering
like
yourself is the
without
thing.
without endangering yourself. But at the core of it, the mental health issues, you can help them with the superficial shit.
But you can't
um, you
fix
know,
something
but
that
you can't,
you
you
know
don't, you, we're not therapists. We're not light or
exactly.
qualified to fucking deal with, deep rooted emotional trauma.
Exactly. And the thing is like I'm there as much as I can be for anybody who has these things, but like I do have to make space for myself, which is hard.
Yeah.
It's really not easy for me
Yeah.
because prioritizing myself has never been something I'm good at. I don't like me,
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like that's something I've been actually that's one of the things I've been starting to realize and I'm working on is, doing good shit for myself. Like I spend so much time and effort on other people and other people's ambitions and, helping them out. And I'm like, and I give nothing to myself. And
Yeah.
like, and now I'm just kind of like, what, I'm done because, first of all, you spend so much of yourself, you use so much of yourself to give to other people, and then they don't give it back because
Yeah.
they're focusing on them too.
Right. And see, that's one of the reasons why I started doing this, to be honest, is because I can do both. I can
Yeah.
focus on myself by doing something that I really truly enjoy,
Hmm.
and I can, have these conversations that are super helpful for people. And
Yeah.
also, like, even if I'm not like directly helping somebody with a conversation that addresses their needs, they can come here and they can hear us having these conversations and maybe understand that, first of all, you're not alone, and second
Mhm.
of all, it's there's no shame in getting that help. It's a good thing, because you
Yeah.
deserve to be happy, you deserve to be whole, and hey,
Mhm.
it's one of the reasons why I also make sure to talk about the fact that, I have med resistance. I can't, like, I have med resistant mental illness, and
Mhm.
nothing, there's no meds that help me, but that doesn't
Mhm.
mean like I have to give up. That's a thing that happens. And a lot of people don't know that that's a thing that they can be stuck with, and they're trying all these meds and blaming themselves that it's not working, but no, sometimes they just don't.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean,
And
and medication's not always the best answer, even if you aren't resistant to them.
true,
You know,
because
like I've been in the best headspace of my life when I was practicing meditation routinely and
yeah,
on it, and doing it regularly. That's me. I'm not saying that that's going to
right.
help other people, but for me, like, that was better when I was disciplined about it. That was when, and I got into a habit of doing it. That was when I was in my best headspace in my entire life.
Yeah, that's cool. My dad used to do that. My dad was like a big about it. He tried to help me, but like I can't, because I can't visualize. Like
Mhm.
I can't do the seeing the pictures in your head, and I can't do the clear your mind fully thing. I can't.
Mhm.
It doesn't work because my
People
brain is like,
misunderstand that, though,
I
a
can't.
lot of the time.
Well, see, and there's constant heavy background noise in my head. It's constant
Yeah.
because I have like the ADHD, and I have
Yeah. Yeah,
the
that's
things that
rough.
I have. So I
Mhm.
just never was able to do it. And he tried so many different ways, in so many different times, and we just couldn't. And he's like, I don't know. I was like, me either,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
But
Well, some people kind of approach it in a misunderstanding way. Like, I mean, yeah, you visualize. There's visualization meditation, but there's also just mindfulness meditation where you're never going to you're never going to clear your mind.
right.
That's not the thing. What you want to do is you want to get into you want to get into the habit of recognizing when a thought or a feeling comes into your head, and just let it be.
Yeah.
Don't hold on to it. Don't dwell on it. Don't make it fucking worse.
And see,
You
and
just
that's the thing that,
you say, "Hi,
yeah.
friend. I understand why you're here. I know why
Yeah.
you're here.
Yeah.
You can go now," and just
Yeah.
leave.
And see, the nature of my mental illnesses and the reasons for them, make that um, nearly impossible for me.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's like I said, that's part of like one of the reasons I'm in therapy. It's like to understand, first of all, that my limitations aren't faults or failures. The fact that I can't do these things doesn't mean that I don't deserve to like find a way to get through my things. That's not the one for me, and that's okay.
mhm,
you know um and again, it's like I told her, I was like, I'm not in therapy to fix myself, because I know that I'm probably not fixable, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. And she was like, wow, that's weird, because most people are really not okay with that. And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I've lived my whole life mentally ill. I know I'm going to always be mentally ill, and that's okay with me, because I have come to terms with that. It took a long time, it wasn't easy, I did it.
mhm,
But I want to be able to be the best me that I can be. And I know that that's not going to be a person that's ever going to be like productive to society, or acceptable. And she's like, wait a minute. Like, I want you to examine that thought. She's like, what? You're not good for society just because society doesn't deem you acceptable. Okay? You are raising children up that are thoughtful, caring, kind, loving, and well adjusted. So you're putting people into the world that are going to be super good for society and super productive to society. Whether or not you can be, quote unquote, productive in society is beside the point. I was like,
mhm.
see, that's why I'm in therapy right there, so that I can hear things like that and maybe accept that I'm not a complete failure from head to toe. I was
Yeah,
like, because I mean,
yeah.
And I was also like, I decided that I needed it when I started to like really feel my OCD starting to ramp up again, and it got to the point to where I was starting to get freaked out if anything was out of place, if the door was unlocked for 30 seconds. I still can't handle anybody answering the door, you know. But like I was starting to slip into the have to lock the door 33 times an hour thing, and that's not good. So I had to, it's like, let's maybe not do that because that just takes up so much of my life. We're not going to do that today. We're going to go and find therapy.
Hmm. Yeah.
You know, doing things that keep my mind and body busy help. Like, this helps.
Mm.
And it's not like it's going to help everybody. And I'm not saying that everybody should do it, but it helps me. And that's something that I needed.
Mm. Yeah.
Why is it? Oh, I put that over there because it's close to the cupboards. Probably
Oh
needs to
man,
be.
I just saw this thing completely randomly. I just saw this thing. This is it's like this meme where it says, spirit animals don't exist, and it stops, and then like it shows underneath it shows this like newspaper article clipping, and the headline is Pig in Australia steals 18 beers from campers, gets drunk and fights cow.
Um. Oh my God! It's a redneck pig.
Right?
I know I shouldn't even talk like that. I shouldn't say things like that because I know better.
Mm,
Okay, because I know where the term redneck comes from. I need to
mm.
stop it because, yeah, redneck is a union thing. First of all,
Oh yeah,
yes, they wore red scarves around their necks.
really? I thought that was
Yes,
from I thought that came from them working out in the sun and having red necks
yep,
from the sunburn.
that's a misnomer. That is
Oh,
not true.
hmm.
It's a union
Okay.
thing, and people have just taken it to mean whatever and changed it and altered it for, I guess, their region. But yeah, no, it's coal miners.
Oh, huh. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Coal miners and unions that are responsible for our 40-hour work week and child labor laws. Let's
Hmm.
maybe not use that as a derogative statement. So, like, I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to unlearn things.
Hmm.
It's so hard to unlearn things.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I need to put. All right, let me look at
Yeah.
the map. The All right, all of that is covered, so I need the archery range to be like over here. All right. All right. Yay. And then all those buildings are covered. Yay. All right. I can't put it right here. I need a farm right there. No, the farm can't fit there, so I can put it here. Just need to build a well there so they have something to drink. Um, you gotta keep like all of the industry away from the housing, apparently, to keep everybody happy.
Mm.
And that's not an easy thing to do
Mm.
unless you want a really spread out village. I'm going to be building a wall for like ages. Even once I have villagers, I'm going to still be building so much freaking wall. Because, like, that'll slow down the invasions. Oh, I need to know. Did somebody just knock on this door? Give me a second.
Who? Where? IRL or in game? What are you talking about?
It was real quick. I
Oh.
thought somebody knocked on my door. No,
Hmm.
nobody's there. So, clearly not. But,
Yeah.
you know.
Hearing random knockings. Wow. I guess it's still technically spooky season.
I don't know. If I'm in the shower, I swear I hear my kids hollering for me, and they're not. It's a mom thing.
Yeah, I hate November. Like I can never, I just never know what to like. October and December, like it's a total vibe. It's like a given. You watch fucking Christmas movies or horror movies, or and you read Christmas books, or you read read scary books or mysteries or whatever. It's kind of given. But November, it's kind of like that period where you're like, what the fuck do I do?
Same shit you do anytime that like you want it. Like I just do whatever all the time. It doesn't matter. Like, it'll be
Yeah.
December, and I'll be reading all sorts of fucked up shit. So
Yeah.
you
And
know.
I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop like letting outside elements kind of like dictate where my vibes are at. Like I gotta have my own vibes.
Yeah, but
I'm like,
that's
oh, it's
that's
this season and I gotta do this, and
it's a
I
hard
don't know.
thing to do is to learn to like not follow society's expectations and do shit for yourself. It really is.
Yeah.
So don't
It's
even
like
give yourself crap for that.
yeah. Yeah, and like, I mean shit like, like it's ingrained in me, like,
Yeah.
like I used to get so much shit for like, like if I ever watched like anything that was like Christmassy or anything like that in like June or some shit. Like people would be like, "Why are you watching that? It's June." And it's like, well, it's because I want to, like, and I just don't. I have a hard time accepting that, like I want to watch some weird. I want to do something weird when it's not conventionally appropriate.
Well, see, and that's the thing.
Sometimes,
That's something that was never difficult for me because I always did like the opposite of what society wanted or expected.
yeah.
But
I tried to, but I just kind of got. I was like that when I was little, but then like when I became a young adult, teenager, young adult, I started doing things off the like
people
off
want
the
it.
like I'd
it
watch horror movies on Christmas, like
yeah.
just because I wanted to fucking watch horror movies on Christmas Day.
Right, right. But
You
the
know,
problem is people like that's the thing. It's ingrained in us to want to be societally acceptable. You want to be acceptable to society. You want to be something that
yeah,
society finds okay. You want to fit in and be. And it's not even the people that say they don't want to fit in with anybody. They end up like seeking out people like them. Everyone wants to fit in
mm-hmm,
somewhere, and most people want to
yup,
fit in with, standard society. Me, I just never cared. So,
yup,
like, I'm used
yeah,
to. I've always not had friends. I have always not been a person that people like to talk to. I have not been because I'm loud. I'm very opinionated. I'm, you know, crazy.
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
so
I've
it
been
was
like that.
easy for me to just do what I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very much like like the type of person where I have something, like I have a weird interest, and I either seek out other people or I try to convert other people into what I like, so
Uh,
that I have some camaraderie.
yeah, that's
And
a
like
human thing.
like when I had my goth phase, I hung out with other goths,
Yeah.
and it became a thing where like you ended up falling into that rut where like like you couldn't dress this way, you wanted to dress this way, but it wasn't goth enough. Or in my pagan my pagan phase wasn't a phase, it was like 15 years, where I hung out with other pagans, and it just as eclectic as that group is,
There's
you
still
still try and
rigid
find,
rules.
there's
Yeah.
still, yeah, exactly, and like um like if you ever like in certain pagan circles, in mainstream pagan circles, if you ever point out the fact that nature is also cruel, and that it's okay, it's you're still tuning with nature if you have to do things that are cruel, because nature, to be one with nature, you have to emulate nature. And it was so taboo in a lot of circles to even point out the fact that nature was cool, like, or cruel, not cool, cool. And to say, like, to even point it out, because they all wanted to be like, they all wanted to have this like baseline fucking Christian line, which is bullshit, and even in Christianity, where they're like, oh, be good to everyone, be nice and caring and help other people, and blah blah blah, and this like fucking Smurf Village bullshit, and on the same token, they're like, oh well, we have to attune with nature, and meanwhile, nature's ripping apart fucking entire villages with tornadoes and fucking tidal hurricanes and shit.
You
You know?
can't be kind and loving to everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll die. That's how
Yeah,
you get dead. That's how you end up
yeah,
nothing. And
absolutely.
I I I am as kind as I can be to everyone, but sometimes
Sometimes you just have to be an asshole for your own safety
yes,
or
because
your
some
own.
people just can't understand that certain behaviors are not okay. So
Yeah.
you have to be harsh about that.
Yep.
It's and it's sad. It's sad because you don't want to be mean. Nobody wants to. Okay, some people want to
Mhm.
be mean, but I mean, I don't want to be mean, but sometimes I have to, and it makes me feel bad. Like I had to put like a hard boundary in a place. Remember? And I
Hmm.
completely, while I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that, I completely cut. I put up a complete block. There was no access to me,
Hmm.
and with very little explanation, and I felt really bad about that. Now I have reached out, we are back in communication and things, but I was like, yeah, it was, I was not in a good place. One,
Hmm.
I had all sorts of awful things going on, and I felt trapped.
Yeah.
Um,
I think you were kind of justified in feeling that way a little bit.
I mean, and a lot of that was miscommunication. So
Yeah.
I was like, that's something that I have to work on, and we're gonna have to come from this direction now because I'm understanding a little more. But
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
you know, there's boundaries now where we
Okay.
did not put before. But
Right.
it's hard because the only way I was able to get through that was to do something that was not nice. It wasn't kind. It wasn't, and that was completely, oh shit, completely just eliminate, access to me, which is, it felt mean. And,
Hmm.
I'm not good at doing things that I feel like make me mean.
Yeah.
I accidentally
Yeah.
clicked
I don't
this.
like it, but
But
I'll
sometimes
I'll
it's
be a dick. Like if
necessary.
somebody pushes me to that limit and they take advantage of me to the point, where I have nothing left. Like then there's always going to be me being a dick because it's like it's just I shouldn't let it get to that point. That's the problem. I shouldn't get to the point where I'm used up and all I have left is cold
Yeah.
fucking uh just
But that's the thing,
fucking
isn't it?
disinterest.
Don't we fail very, very badly? People like you and people like me, we fail at putting up solid boundaries. We're not good
Yeah.
at that. And so you get to this point where all you are is this ball of anxiety and stress because you didn't put up those boundaries.
Yep.
And then you got to be mean and put up boundaries. And sometimes those are extreme boundaries. It's not nice. It's not good. It's not fun. You know?
Hmm.
Yep, I
Yeah.
broke up a rock that I needed. That sucks. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
It's just.
when
Mhm.
it gets to that point, it's like, oh, yeah, now you have to suffer because of what I did, because
Yeah.
I didn't put up these boundaries. I didn't assert myself enough, and now you're gonna suffer because I didn't do the thing that I should have in advance. But
Yeah.
you took advantage of the fact that I didn't do that in advance, so it's also kind of your fault too, you
Yup.
know.
Yup.
And that's it, these are really tough pills to swallow for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. And like I'm very guarded about like taking advantage of others like generosity like for that reason because I know what it's like. Like I let my guard down. Yeah, that's my fault. But like you said, like they made the choice to keep reaping the benefits. And like on my token, I try not to do that to other people. I try, I'm very you know, in a lot of aspects, I am very you know, I'm the type of person where like, you know, people are like, even in like video games, like co-op video games, where I'm like, you know, people are like, oh, I'm gonna help you, I'll get this and that. I'm like, no, dude, I'll get it myself. Don't worry about
Uh-huh.
it. And then I'll go off and, you know, get harvestables or something for other people, or you
Uh-huh.
know, like, and you know, like, and I'll help them out, and you know, I'll be like, oh, hey, yeah, I got what I needed, and you know, here's a shit ton extra for your project,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know,
Well, yeah. And it's like,
you
well,
know.
you see how I run the guild. Like when I'm in there, like what do I do is I harvest and harvest and harvest and harvest and I fill the harvest
Hmm.
boxes and I make sure everybody's got materials and I build things for everybody and I do all the things. And then when somebody's like, "Oh, let me do this," and I'm like, no, I got it."
Yeah.
It's like I've realized that yes, that does kind of make me sound like this asshole that doesn't want help, but it's not that,
Yeah. Yeah.
you
That's
know.
how I feel sometimes too.
But
Like,
also, it's like, and it carries over to real life where I don't ask for help when I need it
yeah,
because then I feel like an asshole.
yeah.
It's like, but I don't want anyone to feel like I feel like they're obligated to help me because nobody is.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
my life really sucks right now. Everything's really fucked up and I'm drowning. And that's my fault. Like,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, there are lots of reasons for it. A lot of it's like the mental illness, it's genetic shit, it's all sorts of stupid shit. But
Mhm.
my problems are my problems. And I'm not going to, like, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
so I don't
Yeah.
try to not
I
tell
don't
anybody
know.
about them so that they don't feel like I'm, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Oh,
Like,
she
yeah.
just
I'm
wants
like,
people to give her money. No. She just wants people to
yeah.
do for her. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's, you know, like when you know, like with most people, like I don't talk about like what I'm going through, like emotionally. I haven't even scratched the surface with you, like what I go through emotionally, because like I feel like, you know, like when I do that shit, I feel like, oh, this person thinks I'm trauma dumping. I'm fucking, you
Yep.
know, like I'm begging for money, or I'm begging for help or whatever,
Yep.
you know, like, so I just keep it to myself. And
See?
then, you know, but on the other on the other foot, like fucking anybody, you know, I'm open to anybody fucking coming to me and trauma dumping on me,
Same
you
way.
know.
I'm the same way. And it's just like the hypocrisy of how we treat ourselves.
Yeah.
But, you know, we've learned. People have told us it's unacceptable to need help. And so we don't ask. We avoid it. But then we're like, well, we don't want you to feel like you can't get help. Well, I want people to be able to get help. So I'll help you.
Mhm.
Well,
I
we're
don't think it's
denying
under,
ourselves the same thing.
I think I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but I don't think it's unacceptable societally to need help, but it's more, it's like, you know, it's frowned upon to ask for help.
That's what I mean. Like, if it's frowned upon to ask for help, how is it acceptable to need help?
Yeah.
Like we tell people, oh,
I
it's
mean,
okay,
well,
everyone needs help
it,
sometimes, and then when they do need help, they're treated like
yeah.
crap for it. And
I
it's
mean,
like,
it's acceptable to need help, but you're expected to help yourself.
and and that's
And that's just
that's
not,
not realistic.
yeah. And
Um,
the people who espouse that shit are the ones who are getting like the most help out of all of them, like i.e. red states getting welfare from California, case in point. Um, and you know, shit like that. But you know, I mean, you know,
pull yourself up
it's a
by
very delusional mindset. Oh, you know, like you should help you know, God helps those who help themselves. It's like, yeah, well, how much help did you get? You got help. I
right,
guarantee you did
but
not make it to
also, God
whatever.
helps those who help themselves, huh? That's
Yeah.
why, like, you know, there are people
Then
who
why do
live
we
their
fucking
whole
need him?
lives working to death for nothing. Well, you know, there are people who work 120 hours a week. How are they not helping themselves? And still, nobody will help them, and they're not, you know, things aren't getting better for them. So, and they're ultra religious and pray all the time. So, how is God helping them? Not.
Thoughts and prayers.
And then their
As
kids are
useless as
suffering.
fucking. Yep. Yep.
It's stupid.
Yep.
I think everybody deserves, like, there's no, I'm not even gonna talk about that here because people are gonna be like psycho about it. But like,
Mhm.
there are things that we don't have that we absolutely should, that would make things
Hmm.
better for literally everyone. And I'm just sick and tired of
Yep.
saying the same thing over and over again and having people get offended at it, you know?
Well, they're brainwashed to be offended. That's the trigger response. It's ingrained. It's brainwashed for them.
I know it's
You know,
not their
like it's
fault. It just, I get so tired of hearing it.
yeah,
It's exhausting.
yeah.
Like,
You know,
I'm gonna be, I'm not voting. It doesn't matter, even if I did, like, the state tends to run blue. Um,
mhm.
but I
Yeah,
still
I
have,
did, but even though it's pretty much decided where California's gonna fall, but
uh-huh.
I
Well,
did. I
my
did anyway. Mostly for the
identification.
local shit, the propositions and stuff.
Yeah. Well, my identification is still very decidedly not Illinois, so I can't
Yeah.
register, and
Hmm.
I can't afford to get a new ID, so I can't register. You know,
Yeah.
so it's like, oh well. So I'm gonna stay here. Well, I wouldn't want to be out in public on Tuesday anyway. I don't.
Yeah.
I can't. Um, I am so anxious because I know things are just gonna be bad. And if they're
Yeah.
not, I'm going to be shocked. I'm going to be so good shocked. A good thing
Hmm.
if
Yeah.
things go smoothly and
Yeah.
people don't.
Buddy of mine thinks that the media is downplaying Kamala's chances of winning because to get people out there to vote to not get complacent.
Well, I hope they. I
And
hope so.
I told him, I said I really wish I had your optimism, but let's hope.
Right, like,
You know.
because all of the like serious experts that like do nothing but study this shit during election years are saying it's anybody's game right now. They have no idea. Nobody really is
Yeah.
saying with absolute certainty who
Yeah.
they think. They're
People
like,
are lying. Like, I mean, it's on. People are already are saying like like people's all over social media saying, oh, they got asked who they're voting for, they lied because they're afraid
yeah.
that it's a plant or somebody like somebody from the fucking local KKK or something trying to find out who their neighbors are fucking voting for, and
It's scary, yeah. And so basically, what I've done is like I'm ignoring everything because this one guy, he's like, yeah. If you ask me, is Kamala Harris, is she gonna win? My answer is yes. But if you ask me if Donald Trump is going to win, my answer is yes, because that's how
yeah.
close it is.
Hmm.
I can't tell. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't answer that question. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that is terrifying. That is absolutely like, this is the most stressful thing ever.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Well, people brought it that way. They took it to a toxic level, and now
yep.
we can't get politics used to be a science. It used to be a science. Polling science used to be an actual science. People were honest, and they didn't have any really. They weren't afraid to get their ass beat for fucking saying who they were really going to vote for, and it's so it's just it's very confusing times.
It is. It's crazy. It's crazy. Everything's just a bit nuts right now.
Yep. Well, found out my work buddy has like 150 different weapons, and he said he was going to let me have one if
Oh,
the election doesn't go the way
that's
because
scary that
we're
that's something that you feel like you need, right?
it's not really. It's become. I've accepted the fact that it's it'll be a necessity, or it would be a necessity if fucking they had the brown shirts. Now we're gonna we would have the red caps who fucking go around and like beat people up, and I'm not gonna have that. I will shoot someone. I will. Yeah.
Right. I understand.
I will not. I will in Minecraft. I will.
In
Yeah.
Minecraft, I will end someone. Yeah, I have.
No,
I have.
I will defend. Let me just say it like this: I will defend myself.
I have tools for self-defense.
I'm not gonna
in
go
my
up there
house.
and like offensively do shit.
I
But
have tools for self-defense in my house. None of them go bang bang, but
Mhm.
I do have tools for self-defense in my house.
Mhm.
I also am only like an 8-hour drive from the Canada border, should that be necessary.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not. You know,
Luckily,
you gotta
I'm in a
do what you gotta
stronghold, so
do.
I'm fairly safe. Although they're infiltrating, there's neo Nazis like going around protesting in Berkeley, and like they're getting their
Berkeley?
asses beat too.
Yeah, well, of
Yeah, they're
course.
getting their asses beat. They're coming down from fucking Washington and Oregon. They're driving down here and fucking try to going into Berkeley and San Francisco and like staging protests and shit, and they're getting their asses beat like literally.
That's funny.
Like it's fucking hilarious.
It's also very sad, though. Like, why do you feel so like you need to be this? Like, I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah,
Things I won't ever be able to understand.
they they think that it's because they go into these places and they think, oh, these snowflakes, they aren't gonna resort to violence. We could do whatever we want. We'll walk all over them. No, sorry.
You'd be shocked.
Le- Left wing people have guns too.
Yeah, more than the right wing people, actually.
Actually, yeah,
Which is, I don't know how to
and we know
feel
how to
about
use them. We actually have the intelligence to know how to fucking strategize.
it.
These motherfuckers go to the Capitol and fucking start climbing over walls and shit and got completely demolished. They would have gotten even worse if the police hadn't fucking uh been pussies about it and been like, oh, I don't know what should we do. They should have fucking steamrolled them.
Yeah, I mean, what
Made
they
it
were
and
doing
made it a
was,
public spectacle that you will not fucking you can disagree with shit all you want, but you're not gonna fucking storm the Capitol.
yeah, it's a little crazy to think you should be able to do that. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, unless your intention is to truly overthrow the government, no, definitely do not try to do that. And that's
Yeah.
the point I'm making. Is like, absolutely, if you feel like that's a necessity, you got to be willing to go all the way with it. Don't start crying when they start pulling guns on you, because they're gonna. And then you get all
Yeah.
these people. Well, we'll just you know do this and that. And I'm like, you realize you're wanting to fight against the military. It doesn't matter what they do. You're not gonna win.
Hmm.
Do you
Yep.
have smart bombs that can, like, identify a single person in a crowd and only take out that person? Because the US military does.
Yep.
So you think you want to start the big R word, but you're just gonna get everybody killed.
Yeah, and it's the fucking thing is it's the Republicans who fucking bloated the military to the point where like you can't beat it.
Well, see, and that's the thing. They're
They
not.
they
they
they're the
they
ones
think
that caused that.
they're absolutely certain, and here's the problem: is they might be right. Is they're absolutely certain that, if it came down to it, most of the military would go against orders and take their side. Well, yeah, because
Nope.
75% of the military is people. The soldiers are from the South, you know, and
Yeah.
they see things that. But what they also don't realize is these guys have been completely torn down from the ground up and are not the same person they were when they entered the military. But then again, a
Nope.
lot of them are awfully ignorant when it comes to people and politics. There are a lot of really hardcore Republicans in the military. So it's
Yep.
really the people. If there was going to be that big R word, the the people that would have the greatest advantage would be the ultra right and not the left.
Hmm.
And they're like, oh, well, the left is trying to take over the country and blah blah blah. I was like, first of all, we couldn't if we wanted to, because the
Yeah.
military.
Yeah.
And even if the government was pro that, the military would not stand for that. It would be like the whole Russia thing becoming like the USSR. They
Hmm.
would, like, the military would take the side of the others, and the left would be dead, because
Yeah.
the you know again, the heavy population of the military being mostly South, and mostly they've been told their whole lives that anyone who is a leftist is an enemy because they want XYZ. They believe it. still to this day, even in the military, and they will take the side of the people that aren't,
Yeah.
even if it means going against orders and even if it means maybe dying,
Yeah.
because it is so deeply ingrained in them. So no, we're not trying to do that.
Mhm.
Like, best bet is, if it comes to something like that, is to try to get out of the country. If there is like that big R, I'm out of here.
Mhm.
Me and my kids, we're out of here.
I mean, didn't the military mostly vote? I think I know it was teetering back. It was really marginal, but I thought the military last in 2020 voted for Biden. Like,
Most of the ones that have actually served overseas, yes. Those that have not actually served overseas and in war and really, had to interact with locals and other cultures and countries will still vote red.
yeah, yeah, no, there's no
Because
doubt that there is a leaning toward republicanism. I mean, I know quite a few soldiers,
same.
and I've talked to them,
And
and
it's
you
a
know,
coin toss. You
like
never know.
it's
Where'd they come
like
from?
some of them are pretty reasonable,
Yeah.
like, and and you say, like, you're like, oh, you work at an army base in California, but we have soldiers from everywhere,
Oh yeah.
and like, it's not, I don't get this like overwhelming, like, there's a couple of people who are gung ho. Mostly
Yeah.
the guy who's like the guy who I work around, like, that has the most flamboyant views is this little fucking shit. The painter on my contract, the painter, fucking, who's never been in the military, and fucking, he blames the Democrats for his son being killed. I'm
Oh.
like, bitch, you raised a drug addict. Like,
Oh.
I'm sorry. Like, the Democrats did not kill your son. Your son was friends with a drug dealer, probably didn't pay him, and got killed.
That's sad.
Like,
Oh, that's so sad.
and
But when
he's just
something like
and
that
he's
happens,
just
you definitely,
he just
nobody ever wants to take the problem
he's
forward. They don't
yeah,
want to believe that it was something solvable. They want to believe that it's the government's fault or anybody's
yeah.
fault.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, and like his whole thing, even his personal story, like, it's intersprinkled with shit that I know he got from Fox News.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, bro, like, I've been tempted to just go up to him and be like, bro, like, okay, you need, instead of trying to sue, because he's in these, like, he claims he's in all these court proceedings to try and get judges disbarred and stuff, because
Oh.
these Democratic judges let this guy out of prison who killed his son and all this shit. And I'm like, bro, you'd be better off suing Fox News, because they have turned you full artard, and fucking,
Oh, I don't like
and like, it just, and you have a clear cut case to sue them for damages.
it. I mean, the brainwashing that goes on through the media. You get Trump saying the press is the enemy of the people. Yeah, but which press? Because you really love the left, the Fox News and such, but Fox News is lying. They
Yep.
lie to people, and the people eat it up,
Yep.
and it's so sad.
Yep. Yep.
It's so sad. These people, if they were able to, like, get out and actually interact with these people that they hate so much, spend time with them
Yep.
without bringing up their politics and the hate that they have for these people that they don't even know, and get to know them instead, they wouldn't hate them.
Yep.
But they're scared because that's
Yep.
all they've known their whole lives. So that's what they
Yep.
believe. And if you take that
Yep.
away, what are they anymore? Then they have to
Yep.
face the fact that they've been
It's
hateful and wrong their whole lives, and they can't
Yep.
because
They
it
they they
hurts.
attach themselves to a cause. And that's what a lot of people do. They attach themselves to causes, and they become the cause. And if anyone is not in for their cause, they could be for other good causes, but if they're not for their specific cause that they dictate in their mind is the cause,
They're the enemy.
then that person is the enemy. Yeah.
Yeah. And it
If you're
hurt.
not for us, you're against us.
It hurts me to see it. It hurts me to see it. It hurts me to hear it. It breaks my heart because, like, we could fix everything wrong with this country if people would just stop fighting each other and actually find, see where the problem really is.
Yep.
But it's okay. There's nothing I can't convince these people.
Nope.
You can't
Really
convince
can't.
them. They have to learn.
Yep.
They have to actually be open and willing to accept new viewpoints, and that's the problem. Is most of them are not, because it hurts. It hurts to change something that is a fundamental belief. Fundamental beliefs are hard to change, and it's difficult. It's painful. It's painful to change a fundamental belief because
Yep.
it goes deep into who you are as a person.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, because take this from, like, I was like, my mother was ultra conservative,
Hmm.
and my father was not, and it was very hard for me to figure out who I was, where I was, and my dad did have some really super conservative beliefs, but he was
Hmm.
very, very not, you know.
Yeah.
So of course I went with all of the super extreme conservative and hateful stuff,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
it was hard for me to change that.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
part of it was that I am always willing to listen to someone else's point of view and learn something. It's like, if I
Hmm.
am wrong, show me, because I want to not be wrong. I want to not be that person who's going around screaming. And part of it was like these people, that I had aligned myself with, listening to them actually did more for me than listening to the people that were saying opposite things, like that were
Hmm.
more on the open and liberal views.
Hmm.
It was listening to the absolute insanity. It's like, I can get the, I can understand believing some of the things that, they do, that, you know, like, yeah, maybe I understand believing that people want so much handed to them. Oh my gosh, if they just work.
Yeah.
I can understand that belief.
Yeah.
Because if you don't see where other people are coming from, it's hard. It's hard to believe
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah.
I can see believing that people are wasteful and that's why they're broke all the time.
Hmm.
Because, I grew up really poor and I learned how to live with nothing. Not everybody has. But blaming other people for their inability to do that became something that was easy for me.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah. It's easy to just throw everyone, say everyone sucks but me.
right,
It's
right.
easy.
It is easy. That's
Just
the thing. It's easy to ignore the crazy when, but then they started acting really crazy and saying really just insane stuff that was like, wait a minute. That's really dumb. Okay,
yeah.
that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, well, if
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense,
Hmm.
then maybe the things I believe, even if they do make some sense, if the other stuff is obviously not true, then maybe this less obvious thing is also not true.
Yeah.
And so I started actually doing research and learning about, like, these situations, and it's like, okay, yeah, so that's not true.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of threw it all away and decided to start fresh.
Yeah. And you're right, it's hard. It's hard to break away from that. And you did a very brave thing by actually sitting down and saying, "Hey, I want to learn." Most people don't do that. It's like, it's like when I was going back to what I was saying about causes, a cause, when you've attached you align yourself with a cause and you go full gusto at it, it's basically no better than a religion.
Yeah.
Go on YouTube and look up and do a search for conversion stories or deconversion stories. I'm sorry. Where people are, they were raised lifelong Christians or lifelong Jews or lifelong Muslims, and they fucking and they like that they started they just something went in their brain and they're like, okay, yeah, this is not true. And then they find out, and then they start reading up and seeing, all this stuff about, like, how their religion was formed and, like what it's done and, to the atrocities that it's committed. And it's hard because they're being deprogrammed.
Right.
And
That's
you
who
go
they've
through a
always
whole
been.
lot of psychological, they go through so much psychological shit. Like, like, yeah, it's the stories are so varied. It's
Uh-huh.
crazy what it does to your mind.
Right. And the worst part is like these are fundamental parts of a person's identity that
Yeah.
they are having to dissect and remove like a tumor, and it's torture. It is absolutely painful. It is absolutely difficult. And also the being accepting of the fact that not only am I wrong, but I've been wrong my whole life. But not just that. These people that I trusted either were wrong as well or they intentionally misled me.
Hmm.
And that is a bitter pill. It's like either they're as blind as I was, and then you try to help them and they don't want it and they're hateful for it. And it's like, or they've intentionally misled me because they have something to gain from me believing this.
Yep.
And that is painful.
Yeah, especially when you did it with the purest of intentions,
Yeah.
and you just realized you're just getting fucked.
Yeah.
You're just like you were someone's fucking plaything.
Worse than that, not only
You know.
did you get screwed with, but you went and you spread this what you thought was love
Hmm.
and
Exactly.
kindness and all,
Yeah.
and it's actually really hateful shit.
Hmm. Yep.
That'll wreck you for a while. There are people that don't survive leaving religion because it messes with them so
Oh yeah.
much.
Yeah.
And there are people that when they no longer can espouse their political beliefs that they used to because they've come to this awakening, it is
Yeah.
so psychologically damaging that they end up not functional anymore.
Yeah,
And
internally and externally, like like
yeah,
they can no longer relate to. They probably collected like-minded people. Their
yes,
whole fucking support structure just comes crashing down because all of a sudden you don't believe the same things they do,
and you no longer have
and
friends, you no
you
longer have
and you
family, and it's nothing but pain.
yeah, and you're forced to deal with the fact that your whole existence up to this point, not I'm not going to say it was all a lie, but it was, like that, but your all your values and your functions, you have to now question them, and you're alone doing that.
Yeah,
That's fucked.
yeah, it's nothing but pain.
Yeah.
And it's heartbreaking. And when you so I can't, that's why I try not to be really hard on people,
Hmm.
because I know how hard it is to change something so fundamental about yourself, because
Yeah.
political beliefs and political sides and political, like, that is very much like a religion.
Yep.
It becomes such a deep ingrained part of you, and
Yeah.
it's hard.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
I just
back in
try
the
to show
90s when
everybody kindness, because
yeah. I mean, even more so now. I mean, back in the 90s when I was an oddball, like, someone that was interested in politics. Internet was around, but it wasn't really a thing. Social media wasn't a thing.
yeah,
And, like I was alone and you just didn't talk about it. Like
right.
you couldn't talk about it. But, now it's like everyone with an internet connection has an opinion and like fucking, they
And they
don't
want you to hear it.
they don't, and most people, it's just a flaw in humanity. Most people, they don't want to work for their information. They want to fucking have it handed to them. And
So
there's
they'll
plenty
believe
of
the
places
person.
now.
Yeah.
These in 2024, there are plenty of places for them to be handed what's easiest for them to process.
Yes. What is that? Confirmation bias.
Yes.
It's
Yep.
easy. It's easy to fall into that now because everybody's an expert.
Yep. Yep. And it's fucked up because like when I started college, I don't know if I told you this, but I started as doing journalism and political science. I wanted to be a political commentator. I was like, I could get paid to fucking give my viewpoints on fucking politics. And, people who want to listen to it will listen to it because it would be in the newspaper. Like I said, we didn't have social media. We still had newspapers. We still do now, but,
It's not the
newspapers
same.
and TV were, TV news were the big things.
Yeah.
And, people wouldn't tune in unless they wanted to hear what I had to say.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, that's fucking sweet. Now,
no.
everyone's a goddamn political commentator.
Well, not only
it's
that,
fucking...
but that's the last thing you want to be, because that just like paints
Yeah.
a big fat target on you.
Yeah.
No thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it used to not put such a huge target on you, but now it does, and we can't disagree without someone fucking taking it extra. Like, I've got back on my old politics Twitter, I had 1,000 fucking emails or DMs from people fucking threatening to kill me, like just for saying that I want everyone to be able to have access to healthcare.
Yeah. Yeah. These are controversial statements, apparently. Like, well, I had to work for... Okay, all right. So here's the thing. All right. That shows a remarkable lack of empathy.
Yeah.
Because somebody with empathy, they're going to say, I had to suffer, and I don't want you to.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, like, oh, I paid my student loans off. It took me 30 years, but I did it. You can do it too.
Like literally
well,
can't.
I'm sorry you
anymore.
had to go through that. I'm sorry you had to go through that, but wouldn't you rather other people didn't have to?
No,
they're people,
yeah.
they're doing amazing things to like try and repair people's people in the fetuses in the womb,
Yes.
like who are developing spina bifida.
Yes.
They're starting to develop it. They're actually being able to repair that damage. They not necessarily the nerve damage, which is the main thing, but like
Right.
they're able to stitch it up and to fuse the spine
Yes.
and help it along. And I'd be in way better shape if I had that when I was born. But I was born in 1978. Bad luck on me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, these kids should deal with what I fucking dealt with. I would never wish that on anyone.
Right, and you want to hear the ironic thing? I bet you did not know this. The first successful surgery was like 25 years ago, and it was done right there in California.
That's crazy.
I only know because I was pregnant at the time,
Mhm.
and my I was like worried about that. I was a worry, obviously, because I'm not much of an orange eater and juice drinker, and that's folate and such, helps prevent blah blah, and I'm like,
You can take folic acid supplements.
right. I'm not good at that. So I was worried, initially, and now, but like, and then I was paying attention. I was like watching the news one night, and they talked about how like they had this woman that her insurance paid for her to go from whatever state she was in to UCLA, to doctors in UCLA that had pioneered this in utero surgery to fuse the spinal cord and close that womb.
Mm-hmm.
And utero,
thereby keeping the damage down. Like, once it's fused up, like then it continues to grow normally. So it would minimize it.
Right.
There's still going to be issues, but they're better off.
Right. And so I was like, wow, I thought that was probably the coolest thing. And that stuck with me. And that has stuck with me my whole life, that was a thing then that they had, the first time that it had been done. And I was like, that is the coolest thing. So I've always remembered that.
Nice.
So that you brought that up was like, oh, hey.
Yeah. And then 25 years later, you met me, and it all came together.
Yeah. So I was like, that's pretty cool. So like, yeah, things that, there are little things that catch my attention that have nothing to do with me, but like will be so good for other people that I tend to pay attention to and I think are so important. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it has nothing to do with me, but I care. It's like Colorado wanted to open needle exchanges for people who are need them. And I was like, man, I am so for this. This is such a great thing. And he's like, oh, you're an addict, aren't you? Blah, blah, blah. And it's just like this whole horrible thing. And I'm like, no, I just understand that this is how we keep down the spread of disease and keep these people from dying horrible deaths that are unnecessary. And he's like, well, you're just an addict sympathizer. You're such a piece of shit. And I was like, no, you have no idea. No, the one time my mother ever admitted to what she was and what she had forced me to do as a child. She actually did in a public forum on Facebook. She's like, she is not either of those things. She's just someone who's been through some really rough things because of her mother. Like,
Wow.
that understands, like, you know, what it can do to people. And she wants to help prevent other people's children from going through what she went through with a mother who has hepatitis C, who she had to walk in full overdose. And I was like, oh my God, she actually admitted that, like, on a live public forum. You know, that, like, made me cry. It made me tear up. I'm like, maybe she's starting to understand the impact that she's had on my life. No, like, she did not change in any way.
Well, she had a moment of clarity,
And, you
but
know, I
just a
mean, I'm
moment.
grateful for that moment of clarity, but, like, and no, I don't
Yeah.
want accolades for, like, saving her that day. I don't want, you know, because all it
Mm.
did was, you know, prolong her suffering. You
Yeah.
know, I don't want anything, you know, I just want people to understand, and that's never going to happen, I feel like.
Yeah.
And I don't want other people to go through that. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's not something
Definitely
that
not.
impacts me. It's like when I talk about how, like, the minimum wage should go up because people should be paid appropriately for the work that they do. They're like, oh, you must work at fast food. It's awful. I was like, actually, no. Raising the minimum wage would help me none at all. I'm still gonna always be, you know, poor and living off less than even minimum wage makers make. But the fact that I don't want to see other people suffer the way I suffer should be freaking enough.
Yeah. You know, and
I have
it's
no skin in that game. Still, I'm for it.
yeah. You don't have to have actually been a fast food worker to know to see what they go through. Like, you can walk into any restaurant and look over the fucking thing and see them all rushing around like constantly, fucking
Seriously.
busting their ass. Like,
And it costs $0 to be empathetic. It costs nothing to have empathy. Kindness is free.
yeah.
I said that to a
And
guy.
I think everybody who works full time or like should be able to afford to at least survive themselves, like pay rent and
Exactly.
food.
You know, I said
You
that to a
know,
guy on Discord that kindness is free because he said something very not nice to somebody. And he was just very, very cruel. And I was like, you know, that wasn't necessary. Kindness
mm,
is free. It's like, well, so is cruelty. And I was like, yeah, it may be, but kindness, you know,
wow,
spreads, and kindness, like, literally becomes infectious, and so does cruelty. And that
like
stuff comes back around. And he was like, you know, and then he actually went to the person. He's like, hey, actually, you're right. And then he apologized, very publicly apologized to this person. It turns out apparently that this person has a habit of being a dick. Like,
yeah,
somebody's like, oh my God, did this guy just turn over a new leaf because he got called out like that? Like, wow. Because I was just like,
mhm,
it costs $0 to be kind. There was no
yeah,
need for that. Like,
yeah,
if you're going to say something mean, make it be necessary. That wasn't necessary.
yeah.
You know, you
And
don't.
it says something about somebody's character when you say you present them with these two free things, kindness and cruelty, and they pick the cruelty, like
Yeah.
by choice. That's fucking
Yeah.
that
And then
yeah.
when he comes back and says, you know, you're right, and then apologizes and says, you know, just so you know, in the future, XYZ, and but this, you know, specific situation may not apply to you anyway. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, you know,
Mm,
um, and made somebody's day better. And I was like, see, that's what we need to be doing for each other, not being mean just because we can. Like, why? Why do that? Because it feels good to be nice to people. When you're mean to people, like, that doesn't give you a dopamine boost. Oh shit, that's not where I want to be. just looking for food. I don't want to fight these guys. So,
That's how I was feeling in EQ2 earlier. I was like, I was running around. I was trying to do these quests, and I was trying to get to these spots to like ding these locations and shit. And like all this shit was in the way, and I'm like, get out of my way. I don't want to fight you. I just want to just want to get there.
I'll kill a couple of them anyway, just because. But they do so much damage with their dirty ass claws, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I better go. There's more. There's more. It cursed me! I'm gonna die now!
Oh god.
See, I shouldn't have done that. I did that to myself. It's my fault.
Just click on Cure Arcane.
Yeah, we don't have that here.
I know.
I just wanted food. Then I had to go and pick a fight. It's alright, I escaped in one piece. So it'll, yeah. I guess the curse doesn't really mean much, because I'm fine. My health isn't great, but that's okay. I'll go rest. I have a little extra food. Alright, one more gathering of muscles. Give me 10. Alright. Unstuck this shit, go back to the front. I don't want to try to run through that shipwreck again. Screw those guys. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Literally.
Screw you guys home. Yeah, yeah. Screw you guys home. Screw you guys home. He does the whole finger thing. Like, that's funny. Oh, I love that scene. Screw you guys home. That was the classic. That was one of the classic seasons, like first 3 seasons, I think.
Yep.
Oh man. South Park really came in hot with the classic episodes, I swear.
Oh yeah.
Like a lot of the shit after was funny but dated, very dated.
And they were trying too hard.
But yeah, and then
instead of being funny, it was just shock value. And
yeah.
Like, why? What's the point?
Yeah. Do they still make South Park? I don't even know. Really? Oh, wow. I haven't watched that in fucking ever. What is it? It's on. I think it's on. What do you call it? Paramount Plus. I think. They used to have it all on YouTube. They pulled WWE shit from Hulu recently because they're switching over. Like they're about to start doing Monday Night Raw live on Netflix, which I don't have a subscription to yet or right now because Netflix has gone to complete shit. But I might have to restart at the first of the year when they start playing Raw live. Monday Night Raw.
To watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. So I got, of course, a little into it, but then anytime I wasn't living with my dad, I never followed it up because, like, I never really cared that much.
Yeah, I'm back and forth. Like, I'll stop watching for a while, maybe even years. But when I start again, I get like hardcore into it, and I like try to like at least not. I'm not gonna watch all the previous episodes of Raw or SmackDown or whatever. Although I have done that quite extensively. But like I'll look at all the like the history of like what the storylines that have been what's been going on and stuff since I left. Just to be able to keep abreast of things. I'm pretty. I'd say. I mean, you know what? More off than on wrestling fans since 1986 or so. I'm a pretty good resource for information on wrestling. Not that that's any use to anyone, except for wrestling
Hilarious.
fans.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I find that to be incredibly amusing.
Hmm.
I
Oh god, I was so into wrestling when I was little though. Like, I mean, red-blooded American kid in the '80s. I was big Hogan fan. I liked the Ultimate Warrior. Both big fucking racists, as we know, as we found out. But back then we didn't know.
I didn't like him. I was really super into Andre the Giant though.
I liked Andre. Yeah.
Andre was like legit my favorite. Like, because
Mhm.
he was so freaking cool. He was just
Yeah.
like the coolest person. And then like, the Princess Bride and all that. And I was like, holy crap,
Yeah.
he really is the coolest person. And then I like, but then you get like, I have like this, like the extremes of like differences in actors and actresses that I like. And I liked his acting, but I didn't really care to watch him hurt people,
Mhm.
So I don't like watching people get hurt.
Yeah.
So it's like, but
Yeah.
like, did I ever tell you what my very favorite movie is?
Hold up. You might have, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to recall it because it's probably something kind of obscure. What is it?
Willow.
Really? Okay, you
Yeah.
never told me that. Okay.
Yeah, it's always been my very favorite movie. And everybody's like, "Oh, it must be The Princess Bride because you went and met Carrie Elwes, and you got a picture with him and everything." And I was like, "Yeah, I did." And that man smelled good, but he was wearing this leather jacket, and he just smelled good, and he was very, very nice, and I cried.
That's cool.
Miss Willow. Willow's my favorite, and like I'll
Nice.
watch anything with Warwick Davis in it. He's one of my favorite actors.
I just watched Time Bandits yesterday.
Oh my god!
Dude.
Oh, I love that movie.
And I even thought about, I'm like, I wonder if I should check out Willow. Like while I was watching it. I
It's
just
so
now
good.
realized that.
Have you
I
not
just now
seen
remembered. No, I've seen Willow.
that? I was about to say. It's just
No,
such
I grew up in the '80s, girl. I fucking saw all those movies.
like that's my very favorite movie, and Time Bandit is definitely like a close second. And then, I mean, it's just like anything with Warwick Davis because he's just so cool. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so cool. He's the coolest person
Yep.
ever. I'd love to meet him.
Mm-hmm. Is it Warwick or Warwick?
Warwick.
Okay.
There was like this app that he had made that was a Pocket Warwick, and you had like Warwick Davis, and you treated him like he was a gigapet. I had that app on my phone.
That's funny.
It was so cute. It was like the cutest game thing. And it was like you had to feed him, you had to like bathe him, like tell him to take a bath. You had to make him cook for himself and clean up after himself and help him get like acting gigs. And I'm like, yeah, this is a lot of work. I would not want to be Warwick Davis. This poor guy. And he had this like tiny apartment in this little game, and like he lived all by himself. And I'm like, he's got a family. Like, where's his family at? He's got like a wife and kids.
Yeah.
It was silly though. Just silliness. But like, I don't know.
Time Bandits is such a fucking crazy ass movie. Like, I'm like, I saw this meme one time where they're like, they really, people, movie producers in the '80s really tried to scare the shit out of kids.
Yes.
Like this movie, like is like it's got all this shit, like people fucking getting blown up and fucking like just randomly fucking. I don't know, man. Like that, I was like, this movie would not fly today, and the parents like fucking like their house is burning down, and the kids just kind of wandering out coughing, and they're like, oh my god, the toaster. Because remember, the parents were all into the fucking appliances and shit. They're like,
Yeah.
you should have saved the toaster.
Yeah. So terrible.
Oh
That movie
god.
was so terrible. It's so good though. So
And
good.
the fucking scene when when they're in the Middle Ages, and the dude and Shelley Duvall, and and she's like, and he's talking about his personal problem. Never really figured out what that meant, what that was, but and he's like, I need fruit.
Oh, they're all crazy.
God. That was an added bonus too. When I turned that on, I forgot that Shelley Duvall was in it. I was like, that's
Shelley Duvall, I love her. She's so
I
good.
do too.
Like they did
R.I.P.
her dirty. They did her dirty with The Shining, and she never really recovered so much from it. She tried,
Yeah,
but it messed her up a lot
yeah.
because they kept a lot of the things that they were gonna do to her
Mhm.
secret from her.
Wow. Yeah. Fucking
And
Kubrick. Man was a genius, but he was a fucking a
yeah,
piece
he
of
was a
shit.
monster, is what he was. Fucking prick.
He was well. Let me clarify. He was a genius what he did, which is direct movies. But he was a fucking a
Horrible
monster.
person. Very
Yeah.
horrible person. Because he didn't care the collateral damage he caused. The damage he caused made a great movie. This is great.
Hmm.
This is great, right? No, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, and back then, like, that was acceptable. It was allowed. It's not now.
Hmm.
You know,
I
you don't get to do
I
those
could have.
things to people.
Yeah. When she was when they announced that she died, I kind of looked into. I thought she had was like deep into dementia, and I saw an interview with her like a year before. Like there was some dude that did like this interview. She was like sitting in her car,
Uh-huh.
and he was like conducting the interview. He was standing outside her car, and like she just conducting this interview. I don't get it. I don't know why
Weird,
they never
right?
explained why that happened. Why they that was a setup, but or why it was set up that way. But she seemed perfectly lucid.
They
Like
all
I
kept, yeah, no, the thing, the she's crazy narrative
Mhm.
was because she was trying to explain to people how Hollywood treated women
Ah, okay.
and to discredit her. Oh no, she's just eccentric and crazy, and she doesn't know what she's saying. And
Yeah.
do you know who is like was absolutely did have dementia really bad was oh, what was her name from Star Trek? The original
From Star.
series.
Oh.
Um,
Um.
um,
Nichelle Nichols.
yes, Nichelle Nichols. She had dementia, real
Yeah.
bad, real bad. But the thing is, they didn't take care of her the way they were supposed to.
Yeah.
Just like because see, California has really loose laws on how to become someone's freaking basically guardian,
Mm.
and you don't really need to have very much proof that they're not okay, and then you can basically do what the fuck you want to their
Yeah.
life, basically. That's what
Yeah.
happened to Peter S. Beagle.
Mm.
Did you know that?
Mm.
He got a conservatorship against him, his publisher, his agent,
Damn.
his agent. And I'm like, I'm sorry, how can you allow an agent to become somebody's conservator?
Yeah. There's a financial conflict of interest there. I'm
And
sorry.
he took every dime Peter had. He was homeless, bankrupt, living on the streets, basically accepting, having to accept handouts and couches, basically to sleep on. He had nothing.
Damn.
He only got that revoked recently, and it was years and years he was stuck in this situation. He finally got it revoked, and then like Geekify and a bunch of other companies produced a bunch of stuff using The Last Unicorn, and gave a good chunk of the proceeds to him so he could get back on his feet. And I'm like,
Mm.
so I bought a bunch
Yeah.
because that man made my childhood. The Last Unicorn has and always will be my favorite book
Yeah.
because it was my first book that was mine, my first real book,
Yeah.
that my sister couldn't try to steal from me and say was hers like she did with Charlotte Web.
Yeah.
And my dad dad searched for it and went and bought it at a Hastings used bookstore and put my name in it with this special like thing, and like I mean it was a big deal,
Mm-hmm.
and it meant so much to me,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the thing that like bound me and my dad. And then when I found out that he was going through all that, I spent hundreds of dollars buying that shit,
Mm-hmm.
just buying stuff that would help him. Because his book really did help me through some really rough shit.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's I think I've told you like the first book that I fell in love with was Where the Red Fern Grows. Not something I would read now, but
No,
it helped me through some shit.
man,
It
that messed
it
me
helped me
up.
feel at a time where I felt nothing.
It messed me up because I was in a situation where I was like, I was in an abuse situation as a child. Like, not my dad, not my mother, even like my stepmom.
Hmm.
And of course, like my dad was working so hard, he was trying to take care of us, and I just never told him.
Yeah.
You know, when he finally found out and figured it all out and put it all together, um, she had left him, and she
Mm.
was like, "Oh, I'll come back if you cut her out of your life, like cut me out of his life." And he's like,
Ugh.
"You can just die alone, bitch, because that's not gonna happen, basically."
Yeah.
And I think he kind of learned about everything and was like, "Yeah, first of all, no." But
Yeah.
anyway, so I was going through all that, and then to have to hear about this kid, and these dogs, and nope, it was too much. It was too much. It was too much for me, and I'm like, yeah, I can't read anything where like the kid's really abused, or the dog dies, or those are too
Yeah.
much for me now. Like I can,
Yeah.
okay, so like I can. It's hard. I can. Is it worth the torment emotionally for me? I don't know. Because
Yeah.
like um there's that book, like a lot of people read it when they're a kid, but like since I didn't do school the way other people did, like I didn't read it in school. It's called The Giver,
The
and
Giver. Okay.
it's awful. It
Mm.
is just so devastating for the um this kid, like society he lives in is really it's funny, you know.
Hmm.
Basically they've taken away the ability to see differences in people. Like you can't see, like everybody sees in like black and white, and like they took and like gave people, I feel like it's really an anti-socialist thing. It's really actually horrible, but it's making
Hmm.
everybody exactly the same or perfectly equal. You know,
Hmm.
food is delivered to your door for everyone. Everybody works a job based to their aptitude, but like this kid, and oh yeah, there are women whose entire job until they can't do it anymore is to just have babies that are taken away and given to other people. I'm like,
Ah.
that's pretty fucked.
Yeah.
And then they're janitors after that.
Mm.
Shit like that. And then this kid is unique and has the ability. He can see and do things other people can't. And when they're assigned jobs, he doesn't get one, and everybody thinks something's wrong with him. And it's like, oh, you're going to be the receiver. And then he receives all the memories, and he finds out the truth about everything, and it's really sinister. I mean, really sinister. So like,
Hmm.
and that was really hard for me
Yeah.
because reasons. Yeah,
Yeah. No, I can see why.
it was awful. But like, yeah, I think about it now, and I'm like, man, that is a really socialist
Yeah.
situation there. It's like it's really horrifying. So
Yeah. I had troubles with I haven't read that. I hadn't read that, but I've read 1984 and that was
I
I
haven't
know
read that one yet, and that one's also
it's
very anti-socialist
yeah,
and
it's
big
yeah.
government. And I'm like, that's not reality, but honestly, they are really spying on us already. So why not just give us the good shit to go with
Well,
it?
But that's the thing, like it's anti, you can say it's anti-socialist all you want, but it's anti-government control. A fascist society with government control would do the same thing.
Right, but
So,
that's a lot of people equate socialism with fascism,
yeah.
and
Or
that's
they
an
don't know
issue.
the difference.
Right, and that's an issue.
I mean, there are fundamental similarities,
Yes,
you know.
but there are also important fundamental differences.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Instead of in theory, socialism is about, everyone being, everyone having a say, everyone having, everyone having ownership of the country,
and
where
everybody having
or
their
the
needs
government.
met.
But and then fascism is, well, corporations own everything.
Yes.
So,
and that's where we are now, honestly.
And I definitely don't want corporations owning everything. I'd like to have, a system where everyone had a vested ownership of the runnings of things, but human beings don't do that. Like,
It's the selfishness.
The transition from socialism to communism, I'm not saying socialism is automatically going to lead to communism,
but it
socialism,
happens so often.
but like they start with socialism saying, with the goal of going to communism, but the powers that be, the people that the people that the population entrust to get things set in motion never seem to relinquish the power when they're supposed to.
Exactly.
And that's where it ends up, and then those people, they hold power, and then they start getting their buddies involved, and nepotism happens because humans, and it ends up, it quickly turns into fascism.
It does. And I was like, it's awful. That's why I'm like, there's no winning, honestly.
Yeah, it really isn't. Maybe 10,000 years of human evolution, maybe if we keep nudging it toward a more amicable, fucking, cooperative system, like mindset, then maybe, but we're gonna be long dead.
Oh yeah.
We won't even be dust. We will be fucking,
Yeah.
I mean, humans are not ready for that yet.
No.
But that doesn't mean we should stop trying to nudge it toward that goal in our lifetime. Make our lives worth it. Contribute to the evolution of humanity. We shouldn't just say, oh well, human beings can't control, can't have a perfect, anarchist society, for example. So let's just go. Let's fucking, like, give up and let the elites fucking take over and tell us what to do because it's easier.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
But that seems to be what a lot of people think,
Yep.
It's
Absolutely.
doing the hard thing is hard.
Yep.
And it's just so much easier to let things sit the way they are.
Yep.
And I get it. I don't always want to put in the effort and do the hard thing. Sometimes, hell, getting out of bed is the hard thing. I get it. But, like,
Yep.
I am raising the next generation, and yeah, they are a little more extreme than I am. And I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. And I mean, that's your kids that like, of course, that
They're going to be
glad
the
they're
ones
turning
that
they're
have to deal with
turning.
what we
But
leave behind. So
I have very little hope for generation that they are a part of as a whole, just because it seems like we were more extreme than they were, or they're turning out to be. It seems like they have this like misguided sort of, like, I'm offended, me, and it seems like they're sort of inadvertently, like going back to the whole greed is good generation, whereas it's like all about my feelings. I'm offended. I'm gonna end this thing that's like that's offensive to me, and they don't fucking have a mind. They don't teach them enough to fucking have a consideration for the group.
Do you know why?
You know, why is that?
Because it's easier to force them into complacency if they have no way to, consider others.
Yep.
Because there's not as much empathy that's learned, and they're learning it. It's just they're not learning it in the schools. They're not learning it at home because like they're being taught by their parents that they are the only important person in the whole world because my generation really sucks at raising kids.
Yeah.
Because they're raising kids the way they wanted to be raised, not thinking about the impact that it's having on these children that are growing up, and they're
Yeah.
not going to be able to function the way society needs them to function, the way the future is going to need them.
Hmm.
And I'm like, here I am, and I'm like, okay, yeah, nope. It's not just about you. It's not just about your feelings. It's just not about your wants and needs. It's everybody. Because
Yeah.
everything you get impacts somebody else. Everything you
Yeah.
receive, no matter how it's received, impacts someone else.
Yeah. Exactly. Like what you put out, well, it comes back to you, but it has an effect on the people around you.
Yep.
You go into the grocery store in a bad mood, and you fucking cuss out the fucking checker, the poor checker who check stand person who fucking is just trying to do their job. That's gonna ruin their whole day. They're gonna take that shit home, and they're gonna fucking be pissy all over their kids and their wife or husband or spouse or whatever, their dog, fucking, and
Yeah.
then they're gonna go to bed, and they're gonna wake up pissed off because their parent or spouse fucking treated them like shit the night before.
Right. And it's like the way I've explained it to my kids is like everything you receive, like that's one less in the world for someone else. So it's like, okay, so my oldest daughter, she is high need and high want.
Mhm.
And her wants and needs tend to get met more than anyone else's.
Mhm.
And I keep telling her, like, okay, you do realize that you are causing a negative impact to everyone else in the home for your needs and wants to be met. Which, no shame.
Mhm.
I know that, like, I love you and I want your needs and wants to be met. But sometimes
Yeah.
we have to care about how doing this today is going to impact somebody else getting what they need in the family tomorrow.
Yep. It's like, yeah, you have to examine, do I really need this enough to deny other people?
Exactly. And while
And if the answer is yes, like, and it's logic, it's reasonable, like, like you've got $20 left, and your life-saving medication costs $20.
yes.
Like,
And
I
it's like,
mean, that's
I tell
that's
right, and it's
something
like I
that's
tell her and these things so that hopefully later it'll impact things because right now it's on a micro scale. It's just our family, but
yeah,
later she might put that into effect for a macro scale for everything she encounters and everyone she encounters. Like
yeah,
when she goes to the grocery store, am I going to buy just as much as I need, or am I going to let buy too much and let some of it go to waste just because I want it when
yeah,
somebody else won't be able to have it because I bought it.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. And I mean, that's just going, even learning to go without is, it's going to help you in life, because I'm sorry, but
Sometimes
once
you have to go without.
once you're out on your own, life is not going to give you everything you want. You're going to have to learn about disappointments.
Yeah.
You're going to have to learn how to find something else you want,
Yeah. That's why a lot of the times,
because
my kids,
I want to win the lottery. I'm
need
not getting that.
nothing to. It's like I tell my kids,
So
like when they
I have
want
to figure out
something,
something else to make me happy
I tell them,
in
it's
the
like,
meantime.
yep. It's like I tell my kids when they want something, it's like I know you want that. That would be so great to be able to have, and we can try, but I can't promise because shit's hard, and they know how to go without because
Hmm.
they go without a lot of
Yeah.
things, not things that they need, but things that they want. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that want can cost the ability to get my daughter's medicine, which
Yeah.
because I have to drive like far to get it, and then
Hmm.
half the time they don't fucking have it.
Yeah.
Shit.
I wanted to, when I was a kid, I wanted to go to camp. Couldn't
Uh,
do that. Didn't do that. Wanted to go on the class trip to up to, well, it was a trip that they used to do every year. We used to go up to they'd get a bus. It's in my high school. They'd go take a bus up to Ashland for the Shakespeare Festival and stay there for like a week or a weekend or something. I don't remember. Couldn't do that. I mean, and literally it was like, I mean, this was in the 90s. It was a few $100. It was like $300, but that was a lot for parents supporting 3 kids.
yeah.
Well, I think my oldest brother was out of the house at that point, but
Yeah. More often than not, I just tried not to want things because I knew that my dad would just feel bad because no matter what it was that I wanted, we couldn't afford it. It
yeah,
didn't matter what it wasn't happening.
yeah,
It's,
yeah,
yeah, it's a bitter, bitter childhood there.
yeah. But I
Especially
mean,
since my older sister did tend to get everything.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's bad. It's psychologically damaging when you've got that inequality where like you're like, well, why is he getting everything and I'm not? Is there something wrong with me? I
Yeah.
think it's like,
I mean, and as an adult, I understand now, but as a child, it was hard. It's like,
yeah,
well, here's the thing: her needs are higher because
yeah,
she has this, she had issues. She still has issues, and she'll never get better. And
mm,
I see it potentially being a problem for my 17-year-old. That she's going to be very similar to that in a way, that because while she is a great person, she also does need more attention, more stuff, more whatever,
yeah,
because she's missing something.
hmm,
As psychologically she's missing something, and that's not
yeah,
her fault. That's the you know being the product of you know the worst part of my life. She was old enough to you know be there and remember some of that, being homeless and going
hmm,
without, and also she's got like the brain things like I've got, and the physical disabilities that I've got, and so having little joys, you know, it's hard to say no. I do say no. It's not me that's not saying no, because I also am coming from the other part where if I give this to you, your younger sister who's going to need a new pair of shoes and probably a new insole for her shoes because her shoes are missing, and
mm,
she has excruciating pain when she walks because one leg is a little bit longer than the other from the growth hormones that did not make her much taller. You know,
yeah,
it wasn't worth it, but I left it her choice. So,
hmm,
and she's like, she's happy now with her size, but for the longest, she wasn't okay. You know, I don't know. Did I tell you about her and the little people of America and all that?
You told me some of it. You told
Yeah,
me that she's a little person, and
yeah.
I think that's about it.
She spent 2 years just absolutely devastated because she didn't know anybody like her, and
Hmm.
being, she's like, I'm never gonna have a normal relationship. I'm never gonna be able to drive. I'm never gonna be able to. It's like that's not true. That's
Hmm.
not true. That's not
No,
true.
it's absolutely. They have
And
extender thingies, and
exactly,
like,
and
yeah,
and
I've been through
they
that
can
with
make
my
hand.
spina bifida.
Yeah.
Like they were like, oh, well, if you can't, you can drive. We just have to get you modified with like handbrake,
Yes.
hand controls and shit.
Yeah. If you
You
can't
know,
modify the car enough, they can do that. Yeah.
yeah. I
I
mean,
told him.
I unfortunately, my vision as well. On top of that, just kind of, it's,
Makes it
the
awkward.
combination was just didn't work. But
That's fair.
yeah, I mean, they have modifications, and you can, even if you're willing to do the paperwork and the footwork, fucking, you can get it paid for.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, there are always ways. But I mean, for her to be able to drive, she has to go through like driver's ed, and
Yep.
because I can't teach her how to drive with those modifications, I can't do those things. So she would have to go to
Mhm.
driver's ed, and there's only like the nearest driver's ed that uses those that I know
Uh-huh.
of is in
Yeah.
Chicago, and it's expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. When I did tell you I did get my license when and I went through driver's training, right? Like I
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, no, I did that. And when it wasn't until I got my license and I was out in Missouri on my own, basically,
That you
um,
realize it's
where I
just not going to
realized
work for you.
it's not working. Yeah, because like
Yeah.
I drove 5 times and I almost got into an accident real close all 5 times. Like, I'm like, no, this is, and plus my anxiety, fucking. Anyway, but when I was going through driver's training, I worked with a guy who specialized with dealing with people with disabilities, and it was pretty like I did a couple of classes with the regular school like right before, because like the guy didn't do um he didn't take people to their driving appointments and like counsel them with in their when they took their driving test.
Yeah.
um, so he, what I had to do is like I had to do a couple of like 2 or 3 classes with like a regular driving school at the end after I was done with him.
Oh
I
gosh.
went and then they took me and let me use their car, like use the school car for my driver's test and shit. And I the difference was like his shit was like almost $600 a week, like for three. No, 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 not a week. It was like $600 for like 3 weeks, twice a week, something like that. And it was like, and for the regular school, it was like 250 or something like that. It was more than double.
Oh my
And it
gosh.
was crazy. And he didn't even have me like in a modified vehicle. Like it was just, it was normal styles. But he showed me all this stuff, and like he actually taught me like a little bit about my vision, saying, like showing me that I had, like facial recognition deficit, things like that, and things that I found out that my mom already knew. And I'm like, oh, I guess that explains why I can walk in a crowded room, and like people will be like, like that I know, I'll just walk right by them.
Because you
And
can't.
a lot of times they think I'm a dick, but then they quickly, if they know me well enough, they know that, I have trouble. I've always said, I have trouble with faces or whatever,
Yeah.
or I can't pick faces out of a crowd.
Yeah, that's
Um,
actually a brain disorder. It's not. It's common. It's really
yeah,
common, actually. But
yeah, it's a part of my nystagmus,
yeah,
which is like optic nerve thing,
yep.
and
It
it's
causes a
yeah,
disorder in the brain so that you can't distinguish.
yeah,
It's wild. Some people have that without that. Some people their
yeah,
brain just doesn't process it. Like
hmm,
I don't forget faces,
yeah,
and but I will not be able to remember why I know a person until
yeah.
it's like I
Like
know you.
if I'm out there in a crowd and someone's like, "Hey, Jeff," and like, and I look at them, I'm like, okay, this person I know, like, and I pinpoint who the person is. I have the one face. I'll look right at them, and like, a couple seconds later, I'm like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" You
Yeah.
know. But like if I'm walking through a crowded room, like just forget about it. Like I'm looking around. Like unless I'm specifically focusing on one face, and and where I live, you tend to not want to do that when you're out in
No.
public.
Mm-mm.
Like just look at someone too long, you're gonna get fucking
Hurt.
clipped.
Yeah. You're gonna get hurt, and it's pretty
So
bad.
I tend to walk with my head down most of the time.
I mean,
Usually,
honestly, that's wise.
I tend to not really, I just walk by people. I don't even look up and smile half the time, like, or nod and be like, hey, what's up, or whatever. I just don't fucking bother with people.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that people don't consider that like maybe there's a reason. Like, but that's the thing. People don't always consider that maybe there's a reason.
Nope, they don't. Yeah, I told you about that time I was on BART like many years ago, and this guy sat down next to me, and Like my right eye. I was sitting in a seat, and he sat to my right.
Yeah.
And my right eye wanders to the side. I just let it go. Because like unless I'm focusing on something, I rarely, most of the time I look out of one eye, my left eye.
Yeah.
This is my dominant eye, and I guess my eye was wandering off, and he thought I was staring at him,
Oh no.
and he flipped out on me,
Oh my
dude.
god, no.
I was like, bro, like I made up some easy to understand shit. I was like, bro, this eye, I can't see anything out of this eye. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, he was like trying to call me a liar. I'm like, dude, just get the fuck out of here. Like, you sat down next to me, you can get get the fuck back up.
Yeah. Seriously.
He was trying to get in an argument. I would have fucking ripped his fucking head off. A little fucking scrappy little piece of shit.
Some people are just angry. They
Yeah.
feel put upon by the world because they don't realize that, like, sometimes shit just happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's sad, honestly. And I try to be extra nice to people who are, like, mean, unless they're being mean to somebody, you know. Like, I'll step up for somebody else. I'll defend somebody else, but I'll try to also be nice to the, person that's being shitty, simply to show them that it's not necessary. There was just this one instance, though.
Yeah. Because I mean, if they
tell
feel
you-
like they're being ganged up on, like
Right.
it doesn't help things.
Exactly, but did I tell you about the Six Flags incident?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, so I got Six Flags memberships for my kids and me.
Okay.
I really should cancel. I can't fucking afford it. It's only like $27 a month, but still. So I've got these Six Flags memberships, and then we got the meal plan that I don't think they have anymore because somebody like was exploiting it. But anyways, so we got we go to get something to eat. Like, I think it was Johnny Rockets that they have.
Okay.
Anyway, not great, but still food. So we go, and we're waiting in line, and we get close to the front, and I was like, okay, go sit down. I know what everybody wants. I'll order. And then this guy in front of me just is yelling at this guy, this kid, like 16-year-old kid behind the counter, just yelling at him, and obviously holding everybody else up because, like, there's only a limited time that you can get food. And I'm like, listening to this guy just berate this kid, and nobody's saying anything. And I'm like, that's it. No. I was like, excuse me, sir, why are you yelling at this guy? First of all, it's just his job to take your order. He's not back there making the burger, one. So if anything's wrong, that's not on him. To yell at him like that, this is a child, basically, that you are screaming at. You're like 70 years old. Should you not know better? Well, my cheese is like, my burger's cold. It's like, that's your problem, not his. Okay, you see this line? There were like 400 people in this line, and he has helped every single one of them. Your burger's cold? Oh, boo-hoo. That's what happens when you go and eat out at freaking an amusement park. You've got a cold burger.
Yeah.
Cry me a fucking river. Go sit your old ass down.
Cold burger for amusement park food, like, cold burger is your best case scenario.
Right? I told him, go sit your old ass down.
Yeah.
He did, too. He was so indignant, though.
I mean, you
kid behind
got
the
a
counter
legitimate
is
gripe if your food's
crying.
stone cold, but yelling at someone, there's no excuse for
And
that
yeah,
for
the
over
burgers
something
were
like
cold,
that.
but they were still edible. It's amusement park food. You ate something. Be happy.
Yeah, exactly.
I paid $15 for this burger and it's cold. Fucking cry me a river. Fucking asshole.
Yeah.
What the fuck did you expect?
That's what you do. You go to amusement parks and ride the rides and get subpar food for way too much money. It's expected when you get in the gate, dude.
Seriously, you've got to know it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
Johnny Rockets isn't good at the best of times.
Yeah. I think the only time I ever ate at Johnny Rockets was at an amusement park. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that a Six Flags thing? Because
Yeah, it's a Six Flags thing. Six Flags.
Oh,
has
okay.
it. Yeah, Six Flags has
Okay,
Johnny
that's
Rockets.
why.
But
It must have been at
also-
Great America then, because the
Yeah.
Great America's out in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were Six Flags. I don't know if they are now or not.
I think they still are, yeah.
Yeah.
The one in Denver, the Elitch Gardens used to be a Six Flags, but now it's Elitch Gardens. But
Oh, okay.
but they do have standalone restaurants. Johnny Rockets does, but they're just not great. It's
Ah.
it's food. It's edible, it's okay, and it costs way too much for what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But every time
But
we
that's
we went,
yeah.
like for the first time we went for the season, I'd always get the $20 giant fucking drink bottle so that we could refill it for $1 every time we refilled it.
That's the move. Dude, me and my first like actual long term girlfriend, like we used to go to Great America. We used to go to Great America, fucking Marine World, um, and uh, like probably like 2 or 3 times a year we'd go to Disneyland,
Yeah.
and like we were all about the amusement parks and fucking like I remember like at the point I got so sick of like paying too much for the food because we were I mean it was I was in my early 20s, late teens, early 20s in that relationship, and we fucking like I used to bring food.
Oh my
I
god.
used to make sandwiches and shit and bring food.
Oh yeah, you can. They don't mind as long as you don't like bring in like great big bags of it. Like you can take a cooler with like drinks in. They don't give a
Yeah.
shit. Well, no,
I
you
used to
can't
bring my
take it.
backpack.
Well, you can't take it in anymore, but you can like go out and picnic in your car, and they just let you right back in. You know, like
Hmm.
they just don't like it when people bring big bags and stuff in anymore because of
Yeah.
reasons that are
Yeah.
unique to America.
Yeah. Yeah. No, when we used to go to the amusement parks, it was before 9/11, and yeah, I used to
Yeah.
bring my backpack in like full of shit.
Yep. It's like I used to go to Disneyland all the freaking time. Like I used to be, I never paid to go into Disneyland ever once,
Hmm.
because there was this like way to get around it, but that was also before 9/11. Now there's no way around it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Um, but like, and I went to Knott's Berry Farm because I got away with it because they have so many employees
Hmm.
that nobody's gonna recognize everybody. And so like I knew this girl that used to work there, and she never like turned in her uniform, and she like let me wear it. She's like, okay, you wear it, you go in, you take it off, get stamped, come back out, and give it to me,
Hmm.
and I'll do the same. So that's what we did. And like I was like, man, the shit I used to do, I was an asshole. Like
Yeah, I never snuck too much contraband into amusement parks, but concerts. Oh my God, we found so many ways to fucking sneak alcohol and
you
weed in
cannot do
there.
that anymore. But
No.
I don't buy anything if I can. Like I've spent $12 on a fucking pretzel at Iron Maiden. Like
Hmm.
$12 for a fucking pretzel. But I was hungry.
Yeah, yeah, and that's how they get you. Like you're stuck in there and like fucking.
Oh my god.
Oh, I guess you can get your hand stamped and go get food, but who wants to do
Not at the
that?
concert. You
Oh,
there's
concert.
food
Oh,
outside.
sorry,
Yeah.
I was still stuck on amusement parks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why we always like we'd take a picnic and like keep it in the car and go out
Hmm.
because it's worth it, you know.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
sandwiches or like Liam. He's like my son. He will not eat sandwiches. He will not eat them.
Hmm.
Like he used to eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Now he will not eat them. He will eat the meat. He will eat the cheese. He will not eat the bread. I'm like, actually,
Interesting.
that's supposedly healthier, but like it weirds me out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's lower carbs,
Right, but like he'll get
but
like big sandwiches from like across the street at the gas station that has been closed for like almost a month because they lost their liquor license.
ah,
Um, but because of change of ownership, they have to
yeah,
get it. But
yeah.
they have like they make sandwiches, and he'll get one. He'll double pepperoni, double salami, double cheese, and nothing else. And he'll eat that whole sandwich with the bread, but he
Mm.
won't eat bread at home.
Hmm.
I'm like, you're fucking weird, kid.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when our toaster broke, he's like, well, I guess I'm not eating bread no more because he would only eat it toasted. He's like,
Ow.
if I make a sandwich at home, like I have to get the big loaves of bread, the like long loaves of bread, right? And then I have to toast it in the oven for
Hmm.
him. Or he won't eat it. I'm like, fucking stupid. Like, and then I've said this to people before, and they're like, "Well, why do you accommodate him? That's just like you're setting him up for failure. First of all, he could toast his own fucking sandwich when he's big enough. I'm not setting him up for failure. One, I'm helping
Yeah.
him, access what he likes. Two, and the
Yeah.
fact that I do it for him shows him that there's somebody out there that thinks he's worth the trouble.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's really hard to get him to eat at all
Mhm.
because autism. I'm going to
Yeah.
accommodate everything I have to just to get food in his throat.
Yeah.
But like when I was a kid, people did not accommodate my sensory shit, and so I had to eat shit that like I was forced to eat stuff that made me sick, and I will not do that to my children.
Yeah.
One more
Well, I mean, you're allergic to a lot of stuff, so
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you got sick. But I mean,
Well, I mean that and
like
like sensory stuff.
th-
Like there's
then, the,
stuff that I just cannot do with the mouthfeel, like or something tastes too strong and I can't do it.
yeah,
So yeah, it's that and allergy. So like you combine the two and it's a disaster.
yeah, yep,
Put the fence all the way around all my stuff so that these rabbits stop stealing our food and fuel. Yeah, I know you didn't find any thatch, sweetie. I haven't gone and gathered any.
Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom
Okay,
and
doke.
get some more water.
No, I have a stick for these.
Be right back.
Okay. I'll go get some thatch. I'll go get it. 8 thatch for each. 4 times 8, 32 thatch. I cannot carry 32 thatch. That's okay. I need to give you a job.
Man, I gotta stop giving treats to this spoiled ass dog.
She's gonna get fat.
Hmm?
She's gonna get fat.
Yeah, it's crazy because like she gets treats and people food all the time, and she's still not. I mean, she's not skinny. She's like perfect weight, but I'm like, that's not gonna stay like that. She's like 2 and some change, so like, she's still probably got her little puppy metabolism.
Yeah.
Just can't resist. There's nothing more dangerous than a French bulldog fucking looking at you like with little eyes.
Yeah.
Those pointy ears, and when she smiles, it's fucking over.
Yeah.
I'll give her anything.
You're toast.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, what were we talking about?
I don't remember.
I don't know either.
That's terrible.
I don't think we had a subject because last thing we were talking about was amusement park stuff, food, and then you started talking about, oh yeah, your son
Oh yeah,
not
food.
eating bread. Yeah, yeah. Like, I probably already know the answer to this because you grew up with minimal food, um, but or options, but like, were you the type of kid that like take your crust off the bread
No,
or? Yeah, I wasn't either.
we did never
My
take
oldest,
crust off the bread.
yeah, my oldest brother, he would eat like because we'd get like slices of bread and butter and stuff, and like and he'd eat the middle of the bread and leave the crust.
That's so weird.
My but wait, no, 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 no. My oldest brother, he would eat what we called heel sandwiches. He would eat the heels,
Oh
the
my
ends of the
god,
bread, and make sandwiches out of them.
that's
He loved that
actually kind
shit.
of awesome.
My middle brother like would fucking eat the bread like just in the middle, from the middle, like fold it in half or fucking just poke a hole in it and rip and throw away the crust. I would eat the crust first. Didn't really like it, didn't really enjoy it, but I'd eat the crust first. I'd be like, all right, it's done.
I don't know what everybody's issue is with crust. I didn't
Because
have ever a problem
having
with it.
having the crust cut off of our sandwiches was a thing when I was a kid, but it wasn't something my mom was gonna do. So she's like, "You eat the damn sandwich." So we had to make do.
That's crazy. Yeah, no, we did not waste anything.
Yeah, we didn't really waste anything either. But I mean, we had each of us had our things.
Eccentricities.
I wouldn't eat Brussels sprouts. Both of my other brothers ate Brussels
Love
sprouts.
Brussels
Like,
sprouts. They're so good.
I don't. They're not my favorite even today. Like, but I'll eat them now. Like, they have to be a certain type. Like, all like the bird's eye frozen ones that
Yeah.
are seasoned in like they've got like olive oil and cracked pepper and salt and and garlic. Like, I'll eat those. Like the steamer ones, they put them in the microwave and they steam in the bag.
Yeah.
I'll eat those. But and everyone's like, "Oh, roasted Brussels sprouts are the way to go." I don't like roasted Brussels sprouts either.
Oh man, that's a sad thing.
Yep. Like, but I'll eat the pretty much just the bird's eye. Those are the only ones that I've really been able to eat. And I only eat them because they're healthy as fuck. So, and I don't enjoy them, but I don't hate it. I guess that's the best I'm gonna get at 46 years old, and only really finding one type of Brussels sprout that I like. And since I think I was probably 40, 42.
Yeah.
um, you know, but we all had our things that we didn't eat, but for the most part,
What are the issues? How are 80%? Oh, because I don't have them. Yeah, never mind. She's like, what?
oh, and I had a preference like when we had peas for dinner, like my mom wasn't ever gonna she didn't shell peas. So we either had canned or frozen. I would not eat the canned. I did not like the
So
canned peas. The frozen ones were fine and I
my
still like them.
daughter, my 15-year-old, she likes peas and she doesn't care if they're frozen, canned. She doesn't care. She just
Hmm.
likes peas, and I'm like, you're weird.
Yeah,
So I buy them just for her.
sweet. I love peas. They're probably my favorite. I don't know if they're a vegetable.
I think
I
they
think they're a
kind of are.
legume.
I think they're supposed to be something like a vegetable.
Yeah, something. And they're high in carb. They're one of the higher carb ones, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I like them. I frozen peas though, like with just like butter and salt and pepper and garlic. Salt, garlic, salt and pepper, and you know. I remember there was one time we went to this place out in Berkeley when I was a kid. We used to go to this place called Spangers, and it was like this seafood restaurant.
Hmm.
I never really was into seafood. That was the other thing. But like I'd go and they'd have a burger, and I'd always get a burger.
Yeah.
You know, um, and I had the flu of some sort of flu. Like my stomach was not doing too good. I wasn't hungry. I was gonna, I would throw up if I ate anything. I asked them for just a bowl of peas, and they're like, okay.
Kids are weird.
And I just wanted a bowl of peas, and that's it. And they gave it to me, and I got it, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm good.
That's funny. That's funny. You're probably the only person in the world that's ever ordered just a bowl of peas.
England, they love their mushy peas.
Mushy peas. And I
You've
don't
never,
even know what
it's
the
a,
hell that means. Like, what is a
it's a
mushy
diff.
pea, anyways?
It's like peas. It's a specific type of pea, though. I don't know
Yeah, I was
if
gonna
we can get
say.
them here. They're called what kind of peas? Hold on. And it's typically it's like they mush it up so like it's kind of like a paste,
It's
but
just,
like with like
well,
peas, like little lumpy peas in it, and like you can eat it with fish and chips
I just
commonly.
always assumed that they
And
were
I
just
think
like
it's
overcooked peas. And I was like,
yeah,
oh.
it might be. They might overcook them or they mush. I don't fucking know. It's like really thick pea soup kind of, I think, but not soup. No soupiness at all. Just like mushy. And you can put it on. You can eat it with or put it on your fucking fish and chips. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, what are mushy peas? Okay, mushy peas are a British side dish of mashed peas that originated in northern England. Ingredients traditionally made with dried marrow fat peas. That's
What the
what
fuck is a marrow fat pea?
I do not know.
Uh, I'm just
I
confused.
I've never heard of that. Yeah. Marrow fat peas, which are mature peas that are left to dry in the field.
Ugh.
However, frozen peas are more commonly used today. Oh, okay. I don't know. But yeah, preparation. Peas are soaked in water with baking soda overnight, then boiled and simmered until soft. Seasoned with salt and pepper, mushy peas have a thick, dense texture and a rich egg yolk like flavor.
What?
That doesn't sound good. I don't like yolky. I don't know. Like I don't like if I have runny yolk, it has to be with grits. so I can soak it up, or rice, or even toast, maybe. Like, but like I have to absorb it into something. I'm not slurping up fucking runny yolk. No, that's not
Yeah.
Serving. Mushy peas are often served with fish and chips, but can also go well with meat pies, pot pies, or pan-fried salmon. Other uses, mushy peas can be used as a sauce for pasta, ew, an omelet filling, or a spread on toast. I can see the spread on toast.
Especially if it has like an egg yolky kind of flavor.
Yeah. But yeah, mushy peas. They're big. They're
Well, I knew they were a
common
thing.
thing.
I was just like,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
like
Yeah.
I have always kind of wondered, what the fuck, because
Yeah.
it sounds horrifying to me.
Yeah. Well, you don't like peas.
No, I don't. No, I do
Yeah. And I like peas, but I'm still kind of like, I'll try them, but I don't know. I'm not. I'm open to the fact that I will not like them.
not. These are gonna be gross.
Yeah. It just reminds me of like when you get pea soup in the can and it's concentrated and you don't put any water in it. That's what I think of it as. But probably with less salt.
Oh well, then
That's
I definitely would want it. The more salt, the better.
yeah.
All the salt.
Yeah.
'Cause
Well,
I'm
I
a
mean,
salty
more. I
bitch.
mean, less salt than concentrated soup, because concentrated soup has got a shit ton of salt in it. Like if you
Right.
just eat it like concentrated
Yeah.
or condensed. Is it condensed? Condensed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's one of your British friends? We need answers.
He's in Thailand.
Oh, so probably unavailable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think his girlfriend would be absolutely pissed off if he got on here. Shit!
Don't piss off them Thai women. I'm telling you.
This is gonna suck. It's only 3 days between blood moons. That's fucking crazy. And I really, really, really need more villagers.
A London woman who married herself last year is now bored and has filed for divorce.
Oh my.
She's probably cheating.
Oh my. That's terrible. I've married myself. We have an open marriage.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That'd be fucked up if she was cheating on herself with someone who was married to themselves too.
That would be really funny.
That'd be like some Arkansas shit.
That would be really weird. That's what it would be. It would be a very strange situation. Like, how do you? Give me a minute.
Hmm.
My daughter sent me a message a little while ago and I missed it. And I feel
Oh.
bad. I feel really bad about missing it.
Oh shit. Oops.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I just realized I guess I must have knocked my battery charger and one of the batteries isn't charging.
Oops, that sucks.
Yeah, I just have to turn the battery in there to get it to connect again. I need a new charger.
Oh gosh, sorry. No, that's one of the reasons why I switched to the freaking type of vape I've got now, so I don't have to worry about batteries no more.
Oh, you still have to charge it, right?
Yeah, but it just
Yeah,
plugs in.
yeah, that's the thing. Mine has a USB port in it, but I take the batteries out and put it in a charger,
Yeah, I did when I had
um,
a battery mod
just
too.
because it charges faster.
Yeah, when I had a big mod, I did the same.
Hmm. Still going strong with this smock mod though.
Yeah,
Remember the one
really?
you were saying that it was fucking that
Smock is garbage, dude. I can't believe you're still able to use it.
what, it's going on a couple of years, I think now.
It's fucking wild. You got lucky because they like
Hmm.
really started making shit with like less care of quality and more care of like, oh, it looks cool, people will buy it.
Yeah, yeah.
Guys,
And this one, it's not. There isn't really design wise. It's not really pretty basic, but yeah. I think we already had that discussion about which one I have, and
yep,
yeah, it's yeah, it's still going.
that's freaking cool.
Yeah, for now.
For now, yeah.
Did you get your extra hour of sleep last night?
No.
No. Yeah, me either. Really. I woke up. It was like I woke up. It was 1:30, and I was like, "Fuck, what the hell?" And I realized, oh, it's supposed to be 2:30,
Yeah.
and that's kind of when I normally wake up. Plus,
Yeah.
I went to bed like right at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, for your like what 83-hour commute to work.
I didn't work today, Sunday, but but yeah, I normally. I mean, I wake up at the same time as I
I
do
don't know why I was
work.
thinking it was Monday.
Ah,
Yeah, no, I got a lot of anxiety around Tuesday, so I told my therapist, I'm like, I'm just gonna freaking stream all day on Tuesday, just to keep me from thinking about it, keep me from looking at anything related to it, having anything to do with it. Yeah, it's not even about like the election itself; it's about like what people are gonna do,
yeah,
because we know there are certain people that even if they get what they want, they throw a fit,
yep,
and I'm worried.
yep. Well, let's hope that nothing that if people are gonna get all riled up, it'll be closer to the whenever the transition of power happens,
Yeah. Well, that'll happen
because
too.
I would like for this election to be over and not have to hear about it continuously all through the fucking holidays.
Oh, very much the same.
People need to take a break.
I sworn I made a bunch of those. Where did they go? Damn it. Keep running out of stamina. Little bastards are stealing all my friggin' supplies, and I can't do anything about it because I keep running out of stamina. It's bullshit.
Oh damn, that's crazy. Someone found um, a bottle of Mountain Dew from 1992 that would have won them the bottle cap thing.
Oh no.
Would have won them a brand new Super Nintendo.
Oh man.
Yeah,
That's a shame.
somebody just was not paying attention. They didn't give a shit.
Somebody
Or didn't know what the hell that meant. Because all it is, like, they're showing the bottle cap, and it's just like, it's just a picture of a, like, Super Nintendo, like, etched in black and white. It doesn't even say. See.
Oh hey.
It does.
Pizza.
I don't even think it says like you won anything. It just has a picture of a Nintendo.
Yeah, that would be enough for me to be wondering what it was about.
Yeah.
I'd be
It
investigating.
was probably some truck driver who just grabbed a drink or something and threw it in the back of their truck, and somehow it ended up out in circulation.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Sticks. Golden blood, so I can get somebody on crafting.
Hmm.
This is just stressful. I need to get somebody on defense before I get somebody on crafting.
Oh my god! There's a post that says, "If my name was Jeff, I'd always be saying things like definitely or I jeffed up." No, you would not. You would not be fucking doing that. Get slapped by literally all the other Jeffs.
It's funny.
Sorry.
It's funny though. It's hilarious.
Definitely.
At least you don't introduce yourself like, my name's Jeff!
My name's Jeff. No. No.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Teaching my
Well,
15-year-old about critical thinking and questioning what you see.
ah.
Oh, dang it! Give me a second.
Mhm.
Well, you might have to give me a second. Yeah,
Mhm.
you know, she grew up just the way we did, hearing that somebody was trying to kill us in our Halloween candy. And so, like, she keeps seeing these jokes on TikTok, and she's like, they're funny, but it's a serious matter." And I'm like, "Yeah, do yourself a favor. Search up whether or not that, search up, bad things in Halloween candy." She's like, "Oh, the vast majority of it's been hoaxes." And I'm like, "Yep. Feel better now?"
Yeah.
She's like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, I do."
Yeah. It's like the whole thing we grew up with. Oh, somebody's gonna stick drugs in your fucking candy and get you addicted. It's like nobody's giving your kids their fucking drugs. I'm sorry.
It's just expensive.
Yeah. Especially when we were kids in the 80s, like that shit was probably way more expensive. Well, I don't know. I mean, probably average, it probably evens out.
Maybe, yeah.
In the 60s, apparently, like drugs were like fucking practically free, but as they became more illegal. But yeah, nobody's giving your kids their drugs.
No. But that's what I'm saying. Like, when I say, like, people believe the things they believe because they're believable, like, they
Mhm.
almost make sense. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. It
yeah.
almost makes sense to believe that there's somebody out there willing to do something like that,
Right. Yeah.
Because people do horrible things all the time. So, why wouldn't
Mhm.
they?
Well, mostly because like they could pretty much most kids like don't really I don't know like they might do like a couple of streets
Yeah.
worth of trick or treating,
It's trackable.
but it's traceable. Yeah, like they can kind of find out, like they can figure out what you fucking, especially if it was like really lethal poison.
Yeah.
Like nobody's gonna fucking do that when you know where they fucking live.
Right?
And like that shit was put out in the 70s. That's around when the when the fundamentalists really started
Yep.
pumping in money into politics. Like they were always there, but like they started pumping massive amounts of money into politics, and that's probably what they did to keep people from fucking celebrating Halloween.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like one of the more memorable Halloweens. Like, I don't know. I think it was raining, and we didn't get to go trick or treating. But they had my elementary school had a big old fucking Halloween party thing, and they set up like a haunted house, and they had like all this different shit, and like bobbing for apples and all this shit. And I remember that being one of like the more memorable ones. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because it was just so like, and we got plenty of candy. It's like it wasn't like, yeah, but I seem to remember it was like pouring ass rain and like storming, which was like just like as a kid you're like, oh, I don't get to go trick or treating, oh, boo hoo. But fucking now, like a big ass storm on Halloween night would be fucking awesome.
Right?
We haven't quite gotten our rain yet. It rained overnight like a few times in the past couple of weeks, or like a couple of times in the past few weeks, but we haven't gotten our rain yet. Gotten colder. But it's dry, so now they're like, oh, fire season.
Yeah.
And if we do get a storm, and they're saying like, oh, we're supposed to get like a tropical storm. Like if it happens like it happened that one year in 2020, God, everything happened that year. Like where lightning, we had a shit ton. Like it was like in August or September, we had a shit ton of lightning storms, and we never got even hardly any rain that time of year. And like I think it was like I don't remember what it was. It was either 1,500 or 2,500 lightning strikes hit California and started hell fires. And like it was like for the next month, like the sky was just clogged with smoke. Like I looked out my window one more. I looked out my window one morning, and like just everything you couldn't see maybe 10 feet in front of you, and like it was just smoky, and the sun was out, so it was like red. It was just like
Yeah.
everything was covered in this red mist or smoke. It was crazy to see.
Yeah, I bet.
I had pictures of it, but they got lost when I had to switch my phone. I don't know why I didn't back them up. I've never really been a big picture taker. I always wish I had taken pictures of everything, but I never do. Like when it's you know like
Yeah.
I have a fucking pocket camera in my pocket, and like I can whip it out any time. Takes 2 seconds to set up, and I just don't take as many pictures. I take more than I used to.
That's cool. Pictures are nice.
And there's all those kids on Instagram like with like a photo fucking I not Instagram, fucking Snapchat, where they're just fucking taking pictures of every goddamn thing from different angles and flooding people's.
Yeah.
I can't stand Snapchat. Like I explored it like back in like 2018 or so, 2018, 2017, but I think or 2019, and I'm like, nah, this is just too. I don't get it. And then like the pictures that you get, like they're like they go away, and then you don't
Yeah.
have them anymore. Like there's no like archive, or as far as I know.
Well,
I
you
don't
can
know. I
set it
just
up
never
to
learned how
not
to use
delete
it.
them.
Oh, you can. Okay. Uh, I don't know. I just at that point I was like, man, I just at that point I was like, I just now figured out fucking Instagram. I'm not moving on to something else like this. It's like this stupid like I don't know. I didn't really have any that many people on Snapchat anyway. At least nobody that I wanted to get spammed out from with pictures from. I popped a couple of edibles about 30 minutes ago, and I don't feel it at all. Like, I mean, it takes longer to fully take effect, but I usually feel something. Like, by now, it should be starting to feel like more relaxed. I mean, I'm not wound up anyway, to begin with, but and surprisingly, I'm still not hungry for after eating the Chinese food. I
Yeah.
don't get it. Hmm?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That makes
Oh.
sense.
Hmm.
Holy.
Mm. No, it doesn't. It's like it's been several hours. Well,
Funny.
let's see. Huh?
It's funny because it actually makes sense to not be hungry that quickly if you eat right.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, normally, sure. I don't know. Although
Maybe it had extra
barbecue
meat.
pork chow fun is meat and a shit. I mean, they just pack it with noodles, like egg noodles.
So it makes sense.
And so, I mean, it's a heartier dish than you normally get with Chinese food.
Yeah.
And there's not that many. I mean, they've got some. It had some like pieces of bok choy in it.
Nice.
But other than that, there's like not really any significant vegetables filling it up. It's like the filler is the noodles.
Yeah.
So I guess that does make sense.
Yeah.
And it
I'd
would
be a
make
little
sense. I
disappointed.
never. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd be a little disappointed if it didn't have a lot of vegetables, though. I'm all about that.
Yeah, yeah. I like some vegetables, but I mean, they normally don't put a shit ton of vegetables in the barbecue pork chow fun,
Fair.
so that and that I get it, and I kind of just realized that that's probably why I get it, why I like it because it's satisfying.
Yeah.
Never really internalized it before, but yeah, it's satisfying. But yeah, like I'll usually if I get that, I'll get something with vegetables in it, like broccoli beef or
Yes.
yeah, or like the curry chicken that I got, which was mostly vegetables, or one they even have like a mixed vegetable like uh, wok fried mixed vegetables that like they've got like it's got like five different types of vegetables in it. And it's just nothing but vegetables in like a pretty yummy sauce. I'll eat that. I'll fuck with that.
Yeah.
I tend to do that. Like I regulate myself where I'm like okay, if I'm getting the barbecue pork chow fun, I gotta eat something with vegetables also.
Yeah. Because otherwise, you're not getting fibers that you need.
Yeah.
And vitamins.
Yeah.
Oop.
I mean, meat has fiber, but like
Not the same.
that fucking curry chicken had hardly any chicken in it. So
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back.
yep.
Damn pizzas aren't done. Now I'm upset.
What? Say again?
Damn pizzas aren't done. Now I'm upset.
Oh, that
15
sucks.
freaking minutes. Totino's it's supposed to take that long.
Oh,
But it's because I
frozen?
cook them on a baking sheet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I cook them on a pizza pan but I cook them for like the what do you call it? The rising crust DiGiorno's. I cook those for 22 minutes exactly, just 22 minutes, because it comes out nice and soft. It's cooked. It's not doughy. Just perfect. Like it's got a nice light golden brown.
Well, I just cooked those damn
But
Totino's pizzas for 15 minutes and they still ain't done.
that's crazy. You preheat it?
Yeah.
No. Some people, it's crazy. Some people don't preheat. So, like, I had to
I
ask.
don't always preheat. Sometimes I just
Oh.
shove it in there. But
I
I've
always
been
do.
preheating more often lately.
Yeah. It's, you can't tell, like, when it's not preheated. Like, I don't know. It's hard to
Just,
guesstimate time.
yeah.
Is it super cringe that one of my more recent new fucking guilty pleasures is Avril Lavigne?
Yeah, that's pretty
That's,
much it.
I don't know. She's
That was
fun.
cringe back in the day, so it's even more cringe now.
She's fun.
She's
I don't know.
annoying.
She's fun. You know that bitch is 40. Like I always to this day I always associated her with teeny bopper bullshit.
That's
And
because that's all she sings. That's the problem.
yeah, no, she's got some deeper shit. Like she's got some pretty good songs. The only thing is though, like her voice is overhyped. Like she can't. I don't think she can sing that well. Like she's better on albums. Like I've seen a shit ton of live performances from her singing various things, and like her voice live is not good.
These are things you shouldn't be admitting, especially where other people can hear it.
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Enjoy what you enjoy. It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
other people think.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I do it.
I will
enjoy
tease
it.
you about it, but like really,
enjoy it.
it doesn't matter. Like if you're happy, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
As long as you're not doing anything that hurts somebody else, I don't care.
Yeah. Or myself.
Well, I mean, yeah, or yourself, but especially somebody else. Like,
Yeah.
I'll give you serious grief for doing something that hurts yourself, but like,
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
I
about
mean,
yourself for
it
sure.
depends on the context,
Yeah.
really.
Like,
you know.
yes.
Like, I mean, hurting and harming are different things.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. No, she's fun. But yeah, she's and it's crazy. Like I found out she's 40, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I always okay, one, I didn't realize she was only 6 years younger than me, and like I was thinking, in my mind, it was just like 15 years difference. But she was like literally like she was 18. I thought she was like 14 when she broke out, but she was like 18 when her first album was released in 2002.
I know.
And I'm like,
I know because I
okay.
was only 20, so
Ah,
that was like my generation sort of thing. Yeah.
like literally, like every album she's ever put out, I have to give her credit. Every album she's put out, I haven't liked every song, but every album that she's put out, like, there's at least one fucking bop. There's at least one. I kind of, do you know her song, Girlfriend?
That hey you, I don't like your girlfriend one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. So I kind of don't, it's a catchy song, but I kind of don't like what it stands for. I'm kind of like,
Shitty, yeah.
it's kind of a shitty attitude. It's like, I don't like your girlfriend, so I'm gonna fucking seduce you and steal you away and tell you that your girlfriend is shitty because because I don't like her. And they could be perfectly happy together. Don't need that fucking disruption in their lives. And it's just kind of, I kind of feel like it the same way I feel like Katy Perry's "I Kissed a Girl." Like, it's like, oh, you're we're supposed to give you credit because you experimented with kissing a girl and like I don't know, it just kind of trivializes people's struggles when they
Yeah.
are actually going through, you know, those types of. They're like, she's just making it poppy, and it's actually a very serious topic with people discovering that kind of side of themselves.
Yeah. Yep.
So, but
Ugh.
also, in recent years, I've ceased to like Katy Perry at all. So,
She's annoying. Like,
yeah,
really, as a person, she is an
yeah,
annoying
yo,
person.
yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I didn't know very much back in the day. I didn't know very much about her as a person, but now that I've gotten more of it, and like seeing her, like, fucking
Yep. All right. Hey, I'll be right back.
her. Okay.
Here we go.
I ate like sandwich things earlier. Croissant ones, but not croissants. Why is this still here?
All right. I'm gonna be away so I can eat.
Okay.
You know what? Hold on a second here. Playtime.com. Poppyplaytime.com.
Okay. Thank you so
What?
much.
I will. All right.
Okay. Oops.
Alright, looks like I've got to actually end my stream. It looks like I gotta go. But,